Okay. I teach off this thing called Canva. This is where I get my slides. But again, you can follow along on that Google Drive or on that LMS or whatever. All right. So domain 1.1, compare and contrast various types of security controls. These are exam objectives. So this is going to be like at a high level, what are our major cybersecurity controls in that CompTIA describes? So at the very top, we have managerial, then operational, and then at the bottom, physical and technical. So for like a cybersecurity analyst or an engineer that would be doing the Security Plus, you would be here at physical or technical, where you're actually like in the, on the keyboard, where you're applying ACLs, you're applying EDR, XDR, anti-malware. You're looking at your SIEM appliance. You're creating runbooks and playbooks to remediate cybersecurity vulnerabilities. And then physical is also part of cybersecurity that a lot of people don't think about, where protecting your actual compound, looking at your badge readers, making sure you have multi-factor authentication, making sure you have visitor logs, making sure you have CCTV set up, or just entry zones. Then operational. This is going to be the day-to-day management of things. So this is your change management boards. This is looking at SOPs and policy and data sovereignty and saying, hey, I'm like a mid-level manager. Maybe I'm a CISO, I'm a CISO, I'm an IT director, and I'm getting this policy pushed down from higher. And a lot of that's like what industry you're in, your compliance. So in the DoD, we follow NSA or NIST standards. That's like NIST RMF, NIST CSF, Cybersecurity and Risk Management Frameworks. So a lot of times the policies we create for organizations come from that. It's kind of like taking everything from higher, right? And then managerial, that'll be your C-suite. So these are like the key stakeholders that put emphasis on the cybersecurity programs in your organization that say, hey, we do care about this, we do care about our risk, and we do care about this compliance. So we're going to ensure that our organization is following these rules and these standards and these frameworks. So let's break it down a little bit more. So managerial controls involve policies, procedures, and governance structures. So let's break down what governance means. So you guys work for like the state of Nevada, some of you, right? So NDOT, I'm assuming they have their own governance, these own laws that say, hey, these are the frequencies you can and can't use, right? And you guys have to abide by that. Cybersecurity is a lot of times the same way. Like if I work in healthcare, what laws do I have to abide by? HIPAA. And I have to protect PHI, protected health information. So if I'm a cybersecurity engineer in a hospital, my goal is to look at HIPAA, look at PHI, what it is, and then think of ways to protect it, all based off like organizational policies. So that's up to the managerial controls. Managerial controls are, hey, we got a new user coming in, he or she is going to sign an AUP. During onboarding, we're going to do this kind of cybersecurity awareness, this kind of IT onboarding, and we're going to enforce that. Essentially, everyone has to do this. They're the key people that enforce the organization's security efforts. So these controls help establish a security framework, governance, and accountability within the organization. Another thing they do is they establish risk. So a lot of times, has anyone here worked private sector before? Like in industry, like in big tech, things like that? Okay, so a lot of times, like in private sector, we'd be around this boardroom right here, and what are we talking about? Money, right? We're like, hey, what are our quarterly profits like? They don't give a fuck like about, oh, we have this high risk or this low risk cybersecurity. That CFO, that CEO is just pretty much like, hey, how do I get my number bigger, right? So this risk assessment matrix that our managers are doing, depending on how your organization views cybersecurity, it could be a really high risk or really low risk. And you as a cybersecurity manager kind of have to gauge that based off your management. So a lot of times organizations don't give a fuck, right? They don't care about cybersecurity. But in government, we really do, right? It's like one of the main things. Like if you're on a network and you don't have an ATO and authority to operate, then your contract's fucked and you're probably not going to win it again, right? So in our world, in DoD, I'm talking, it's very important that we do these risk assessments and we're very cybersecurity focused. Okay, operational control. So moving down that pyramid, this is how we enforce that. So we have our policies, we have our frameworks, we have our governance. We know what we need to abide by. Again, if we work in healthcare, that's HIPAA, we need to protect PHI. Now, day to day, how do I make that happen? Operationally, what are my day-to-day practices that I do as a cybersecurity or an IT organization to make that happen? So it's things like access management, change management, and security monitoring. So this isn't necessarily getting into the weeds, setting up intrusion detection systems, intrusion prevention systems. This is like, hey, let's have a change management board. Let's get together with all our departments, and before I make a change to harden a device, improve cybersecurity on our endpoints or our network devices, we're all going to talk about it as IT departments and the key stakeholders, and we have to sign off on this change management, put in an advanced service interruption or authorized service interruption, have a rollback plan, and that's our change management board. So operationally, how are we actually achieving this? And then access management, that's things like RBAC, privilege, the least privilege principle, where we're saying, hey, based off this user's defined roles, what kind of permissions are we going to give them? And then technical controls. So kind of like somebody getting Security Plus and going to be a SOC Analyst 1 or SOC Analyst 2, this is where they're going to be. They're going to be the man or the woman that says, hey, we're going to actually apply our encryption to our data at rest, data in transit. We're actually going to do our access control list. We're going to deploy firewalls and endpoint detection response and SIEM and security monitoring, and we're going to update it. We're going to patch it. And we're going to actually apply all these security controls that are coming from the top of that pyramid down. So technical controls obviously are on the keyboard, right? Everything you do to protect your enterprise on the keyboard. And then physical controls, this one's kind of fucking simple, right? How do you physically protect someone from getting in your compound? Do they have the right access? So we actually have a slide going through all these things, like what a bollard is, what CCTV, what camera is, and how does it prevent, detect, or alert. Alrighty, so that was like the major controls. So looking at an organization, managerial, operationally, and technical and physical, those are the major controls we have to be aware of. Well, now we're going to get into what do they actually do. So do they correct? Do they prevent? Do they detect something? Okay, so preventative controls. This is anything, whether it's logical, technical, or physical, that's going to stop you from getting exploited. So you think about an attack surface. So I just walked in here. Let's think about the attack surface here, right? If I was like a hacker, you have computers wide open, your Wi-Fi was open too, right? And we could scan that Wi-Fi and it was using WPA2. Just little like simple things we could look at here. So how could you prevent me from getting on that Wi-Fi? Well, you'd probably protect it with what? A password or usernames and credentials, right? So putting that username and credential there, that's a preventative control to stop me, if I was a hacker, from getting into your environment. So it just stops any cybersecurity incident before it occurs. So some technical like examples are firewalls, ACLs, intrusion prevention systems, and physically, biometric authentication. You guys ever been to like a skiff or anywhere where you have to do that shit? It's a pain in the ass. It's annoying. But yeah, like where I worked last, like it was always badge, scan your finger, and then you had to do the eye shit. And the eye shit never worked. So then you just had to like, someone just let you in, honestly. Okay. Detective controls. So detective controls are exactly how it sounds. Any kind of system, whether that's logical, technical, or physical, that alerts you or makes you aware of a cybersecurity incident. You're going to hear this term a lot. SIEM, stands for Security Information Event Management. That's like kind of like one of the basic cybersecurity fundamental technologies that's used to protect enterprises today. I'm sure L3 Harris somewhere, if they have a security operations center, has this, like everywhere does. These are just alerting tools to make you aware of something that is happening. It doesn't stop shit, right? It just makes you aware of a potential cybersecurity incident. In the physical realm, what is this? A camera. Does a camera really stop you from stealing? No, you can still steal, right? But the camera just captures your face and stuff. So in cybersecurity, that's IDS, SIEM, and any sort of log analysis tools, like vulnerability scanning as well as just a detective control. Okay, corrective. So corrective control is when something happens. You get exploited, ransomware gets installed, let's say on your database, okay? So ransomware gets installed, they're asking for like 1.2 Bitcoin, and you're like, yeah, obviously we're not gonna pay that. So what do? You go back to a last known good. So you've been doing backups of your databases. So if you got exploited on Monday, you did a backup Sunday night. If you back up to Sunday, no more ransomware, right? So that's a corrective control. Applying patches is a corrective control. So let's say we have a bunch of Windows 11 systems and a major CVE comes out. You guys know what CVE stands for? It's called Common Vulnerabilities Enumeration. So pretty much like when a major exploit comes out, it gets a CVE tag and it gets a CVSS score of 1 through 10. So let's say a major CVE comes out. How do you fix it? The vendor's going to create a patch. That's a corrective control. So that patch right here, this little image, is a corrective control. It pretty much fixes you and gets you back to an operational state. Okay, compensating controls. You guys know what legacy devices are? It's like end-of-life shit. I don't know if you ever had to do replacements and stuff. So every vendor, when they put out a product, they always have what's called end of support and end of life. So end of support is a year and date, or a date that says, hey, we're no longer going to patch this, right? We're no longer going to fix this system if there's an exploit or if something breaks on it. We're no longer going to put resources to it. That's end of support, end of life, okay? There's also something called end of sale, where pretty much a vendor, like an OEM for vendor or provider is like, hey, we're going to stop selling in 2026, but we'll provide support to 2028. So 2 different dates you may have, okay? That's a legacy device. So if we have a legacy device in our environment, what do we want to do with that? Well, obviously we want to update it. We want to life cycle replace it. But let's say we can't. So a lot of OT environments, you guys know what OT is? It's called operational technology. So it's like factories, dams, oil pipelines, shit like that. It's called OT. A lot of times this shit gets built way back in the day and they can't upgrade. It's like, how do you upgrade a dam, right? Like if the technology is from the 80s. You're probably not, right? So they have legacy systems in there that more than likely can be exploited. So what's your only option as a cybersecurity professional? It's to put in a compensating control. Something that could prevent, could help you, but since you can't fix it, since you can't remediate, since you can't correct that problem, you put in a compensating control, okay? A great example is we have a legacy server here. For some reason we can't upgrade it. Maybe it's running a third-party software and that third-party software went out of business, so it only runs on Windows Server like 2012. And it's critical for our organization. So what we can do is harden it, deny these ports, get rid of any protocols that we're not using, put it in its own isolated VLAN and kind of segment it from the network. But guess what? It's still vulnerable, but we're doing our best to try to remediate any inherent risk. All right, then deterrent controls. It's just supposed to discourage potential attackers by warning them about the consequences. So this is called signage. That's the CompTIA official term, signage. When you see something that says do not enter, they call it signage. A camera. That's a deterrent control because, again, you can't really stop anyone from doing anything on camera, like physically. And then directive controls are just SOPs and guidelines from an organization of what to do if an incident happens, or it's security policies. Y'all have to do this shit too? Security awareness training? Yes. That's a directive control. And what's the point of it, right? At a high level, some chief information security officer is like, oh, it kind of just saves the company's ass, really, all it is. Like, so if you do get data breach, you can say all of our users were cybersecurity aware, so we can't get sued. That's really what it is, but it's meant to just, anyways, a directive control is just security policy set by your organization, okay? All right, sweet. Okay, let me, hold on. Sometimes I hide these pages, but. All right, let's do our quiz. So log on to the LMS. Let's go to domain 1.1 and do your quiz. And yes, you can do it from the phone too. We made it mobile friendly, so sometimes it's a little easier.
Through this?
Yeah. Click. And then go to quizzes.
Domain 1.1?
Yes. I don't know why the fuck it's like. Hold on.
I think it's back there.
Dude, what the fuck? I know this shit wasn't looking like this before. What kind of iPhone you have?
14?
That should be good. Okay.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah.
Slow rotation. All right.
What the fuck? Okay. Not you, what the fuck? Like,
No.
I gotta check that out.
The fuck, bro?
I'll show you. Hold on. And then you'll get used to it by the time we. Yeah, there's like 2 ways to get to it. You can go to the lessons here. It's at the bottom. Or you can go to the quizzes section. Do you know the password? Hold on.
Yeah.
I kicked you off. Let me see.
I don't know if my computer did it or.
Let me see. Hold on. Where did I put this as?
Yeah, it says the password I'm trying to put in now is incorrect.
That is weird. What the hell? It just like changed my Wi-Fi key. Tried this. I don't know why it just.
Okay.
I literally just used the password I put on the whiteboard to log on this morning. Maybe it reset or something.
Yep. Got me on.
That's so weird. What the hell?
Wait, I was having issues too. What happened?
I don't. I guess it.
changed his password.
Oh,
I literally logged on with that one down, shift one down this morning, but
Yeah.
I don't. Try this.
Okay.
Good life. I guess that's it now. I don't know what the fuck happened. Maybe you guys hacked me.
no cheating. I'm done.
Don't ask ChatGPT.
So these little quizzes are like just knowledge checks.
They're just, yeah, they're not going to be what's on the exam or anything close to it. Just little knowledge checks.
Yeah. Don't even you should down that, John.
Domain 1.1.
We can't lose, we can't.
No, but I did build.
You should have seen how many things he built.
That was like Sam's workshop up
Bro,
in
just
there.
kept cutting wood. It was crazy.
Ended up just coming together. That was cool.
You challenged yourself and used the sawzall, right?
Handsaw this time.
Cheater.
Circular saw, dude.
So where you guys all coming from? You all don't live in Reno then,
Yep.
right?
Oh, these two don't. Or these three don't. No.
You're Vegas.
Yeah.
Where you at?
West Virginia.
Oh shit. Yeah, you're far.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
We're in West Virginia.
What's that?
Shit,
So
I'll pick the kids up.
north central. So Upshur County over by Snowshoe.
Okay.
Yeah, I snowboarded there before.
Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I live about like an hour, 45 minutes from
Yeah.
Snowshoe.
I didn't know this was next to Lake Tahoe. I did not do any research, honestly. I just fucking got the plane ticket. I would have brought my board,
If you
dude.
train us, we'll train you
Yeah,
in the
snow's
area.
probably dog shit right now.
Is it?
anyways. Yeah, I haven't been getting much.
I thought Lake Tahoe was a huge
It is.
Yeah,
ski
well,
resort.
it's just
It's
a
gigantic,
shitty winter though.
Oh, really?
Too warm.
I want to say there's like almost 10 ski resorts up there.
Is it pretty expensive to ski here, though?
But
Yeah.
it's up
Yeah.
north.
Depends where you go and what day you go.
Yeah.
You can go on Tuesday for like $75 a Mount Rose.
It's not bad.
Or
Yeah.
you can go on the weekend and pay like $250.
That's fucking insane.
Crazy.
Rich person sport, dude. Fuck. Yeah, that's crazy. I know. every year, I didn't this year because I have kids, but I get this pass that would like for vets. It's like the Epic Pass. You guys heard of that?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's good for like Tahoe, but I know in Colorado that gets like pretty much everything.
There's a few around here. I got that last year.
Was it worth it?
Yeah, because I had a buddy that was working out at Keystone,
Mhm.
and I went out there for like 5 days.
Yeah.
Rode here for free and then rode there for free.
I like
It was pretty
Keystone.
nice.
Yeah, my brother-in-law who also programmed everything here, but he has a cabin right next to Breckenridge.
Yeah.
It's so nice. Yeah, so in the winter we can stay there and shit. But
Is it one of those ones where you go, like when you're going up in the gondola? Is it
no,
that area?
no, I'd have to. I can look it up for you and show you. It's a fucking nice as shit. But
Either
Yeah.
way, it's cool.
I got 2 small kids, so I'm like, this year I will just chill out on the snowboarding.
It'd be-
You go to
Gondola. Huh?
You go to
Like the
Monarch
little-
much in Colorado?
Honestly, I go to Breck and Keystone. Yeah.
Whatever the fuck you want, man. You know what I'm talking about.
Do you guys have kids? Any of you
I
guys?
have a daughter.
Yeah. 2 daughters.
Not that I know of.
Yeah.
I have
How old? You have what?
Yes,
Wait, no, say it again.
I have 12.
You have 12 kids?
9 boys, 3 girls.
Holy shit. How? All from the same.
Yeah, my oldest, well, no, you know, his, hers, and ours,
Okay.
when my wife and I got together, but me, I have blessed 8.
Damn. Damn, bro. That is crazy. Holy shit. You said 9 boys?
Yeah, 9 boys, 3 girls. Oldest is 20, he just turned 23, and the youngest just turned 1.
Holy shit. You're crazy, bro. I'm done. 2's enough for me. Like that shit.
Our last 4 have been birthed at home.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, so.
That sounds scary. Like in case something goes wrong.
Actually, it's like, after we did the first one, it was just like, oh yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Because like the closest hospital for us is, you know, actual good hospital is like 2 hours away.
Yeah, damn.
So
Yeah, helicopter there. Fucking.
yeah, so I literally have life flight on standby.
No shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're out there, bro. You're in the mountains. Yeah.
I am.
If someone comes in your property, you come out with like a shotgun, like, hey, get the
Yes.
fuck out of here. Yeah, yeah. Whole clan of kids.
Like, we have a 106-acre farm, man.
That's
You know,
dope. That's sick.
We provide 95% of our own food.
That's sick.
That's pretty cool.
Kids are free range. Yeah, go fucking. You're hungry? Get the fuck outside. You want a Pop Tart? Get the fuck. Yeah, yeah.
Go make your own
Yeah.
Pop-Tart.
That's pretty cool, man.
Pointing at like a field of grains.
You should record your daily life and see fucking yeah, yeah,
Honestly.
yeah.
People would watch that.
I think I want to say I have like,
What was that?
yeah, I have 0
Dude, I have.
I have negative.
I told my buddies that are like kind of country like that. I'm like, yeah, I'm a landowner. I have a house, small backyard. I'm like, I own 0.01 acres. All right, guys, ready? Okay. As you're gonna start to notice too with cybersecurity, a lot of times people have this misconception. So like this type of cybersecurity, where it's like blue teaming and you're working for an enterprise, is very like policy driven. It's more like information assurance. It's like high level. How do we protect the organization? What policies, procedures do we have? You really don't get into like the weeds of setting up like encryption, IPsec, IDS, IPS, and all this like stuff that would be fun to do. Mainly because it's a CompTIA test, so it's vendor neutral. So they can't tell you how to configure a Palo Alto firewall, right? It wouldn't really make sense. So as we get through here, through the course, like you're gonna notice, yes, it's a lot of just learning from the slide deck, okay? Especially since we're on a time crunch. Okay, so now we're gonna go over domain 1.2 to 2.1, summarize fundamental security concepts. And the first fundamental security concept we're gonna talk about is the CIA triad. So I think everyone learns this first when we do cybersecurity. CIA triad is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And they all work together. It's this nice little triangle, but what we're gonna learn is that the more of one you do, the less available you become. The more integrity you put, the less confidential you become. It's kind of like a weird relationship where in cybersecurity, based off your organizational policies and how your management looks at cybersecurity, their inherent risk, their risk assessment, their risk tolerance kind of determines what you as a cybersecurity engineer are going to worry about more. So let's get into this. So confidentiality. This ensures that sensitive information is kept private. In short, this is encryption. This is changing plain text into ciphertext. This is doing access control, ensuring that users, if they don't have a need to know, if they don't have the right permissions, can't access information or data that they shouldn't. That is confidentiality, keeping things safe for your environment, for your enterprise. So, need to know. Only individuals with a legitimate need to access information should have access. So that's a system we have to set up. So think about that with our clearances, right? If you don't have a top secret clearance, you're not going to get access to the top secret network and your account on that TS network. If you don't have a need to know to enter a certain space, maybe your organization's doing some like research and development, it's IP, intellectual property that maybe you as just like the accounting guy don't need to see, so you're not going to get that permission. This also falls into RBAC. I'm going to keep saying that throughout the course. Role-based access control. So based off your role, what you're going to get access to. And then also the principle of least privilege helps us with our confidentiality. So that is, hey, you're going to get the exact amount of permissions and admin rights to do your job. The exact amount and nothing more. And then, of course, encryption. Encryption is the actual thing that changes that plain text into ciphertext. So when you guys log into your L3 Harris computers, do you have to put in a BitLocker pin? Do y'all have that? Yeah. That's data at rest encryption, full disk encryption. So if I stole your laptop, got that NVMe drive out, and tried to plug it into my laptop, if I don't have your BitLocker pin, I can't see shit because all that data is encrypted. And I need that key, which is that BitLocker pin, to decrypt it. So that's confidentiality, right? Someone steals our laptop, they don't know my BitLocker pin, they're screwed. And then data in transit. So when you guys travel internationally, what do you have to sometimes put on your phone? VPN, right? And that like protects your information, makes you look like you're somewhere else. That's data in transit encryption. When you go on a web browser, like let's say we're going to my website. You guys see how it says connection is secure here? So from end to end, my client right here, my MacBook, my Chrome web browser, to the web server that's hosting my site, academy.trepatech.com, we have end-to-end encryption. That is protecting data in transit. You can see here, look at my TLS certificate. We're doing something called HTTPS, which uses the TLS cipher suite, which is asymmetric encryption, secure key exchange, and symmetric encryption to ensure that end-to-end, all my data is protected. That's confidentiality for data in transit. Okay, integrity. So integrity ensures the accuracy and trustworthiness of data. So key words here, non-repudiation, data validation, and then hashing, okay? So let's break that down a little bit. So integrity is, can I trust that that information has not been changed? And can I trust that whoever sent me that data is actually who they say they are? So when we go on our email, what do we attach to it sometimes on Outlook? We encrypt it and we add a what? Digital signature? You guys do that, right? So I know in like my environment, if we have to send like on unclassed systems, like CUI information, I have to encrypt that email and I have to add a digital signature. So the encryption is encryption. I just talked about that. But that digital signature is integrity and a term called non-repudiation. Essentially what that means is if I'm sending it to, what's your name?
Sam.
If I'm sending my email to Sam, Sam needs to know that if I'm sitting in Phoenix and you're in New York, that during that transmission, that email wasn't changed, it wasn't altered, that it's the original email from me, and he needs to know it's from me. So I attach my digital signature. That gives him non-repudiation and integrity to ensure that it actually is from me and nothing's been altered. I'll dive into that later in Domain 1, how that process actually works, but that's what integrity is, okay? Essentially meaning that data has been altered, and those are the tools and techniques we use, hashing, digital signatures, to get that integrity and to get that non-repudiation, okay? We'll break that down, that term, a little bit later. And then something that isn't technical, this is in the real world, this is operational, is change management. So this is a great example. Like I'm a senior network engineer, so on my day job, it's up to me to ensure that if I'm adding a permit statement, a deny statement to an ACL, an architecture change, it's actually a big fucking pain in the ass. But I have to put together like a fucking PowerPoint, a test plan, a change request plan, all this paperwork just to make like one change to my production router or switch, right? Because essentially the organization says, hey, we don't want to go making changes on our production live network because we could have users that are, they can't go down. Or we may have missions running on our manned and unmanned ISR platforms, and if you make that change of anyone knowing, we're fucked, right? Because we don't have a rollback plan. We didn't know what you changed. So me putting together that paperwork shows the powers that be. It's just your management, stuff like that. The customer, hey, this is exactly what I'm going to change, and here's what I'm going to do it, and here's how I'm going to do it. So if it does fuck something up, we can do what? Roll back. Roll back to when it was working. Does that make sense, guys? So that's integrity, ensuring we know what was changed. Okay, and then availability. Availability ensures that systems and data are accessible and operational when needed by authorized users. Let's break this down a little bit. So availability just says, hey, are our systems redundant? Are they highly available? And can it always be reached when needed? So what does this look like in practice? So on the network side, we could have something like load balancers, high availability pairs. We could be doing asynchronous and synchronous replication of our storage drives. So think of, we have like a big storage area network here in Reno. And where's your guys' big office? Rochester, New York, right? That's like HQ for you guys, kind of?
Corporate smell
I thought it was Iowa.
Fuck, I don't know.
I don't know.
No, corporate smell bar for it.
Wasn't you guys combined like years ago, right?
Yeah.
What Rochester was Harris, right? Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm thinking of.
Big manufacturing.
Yeah. What was I talking about? Okay, so let's say we have a storage area network here in Reno, and wherever your corporate office is, Florida, Iowa, Rochester, don't matter, right? It's replicating. So when you save things local, we want to replicate it over to that HQ, wherever that is. That's high availability, right? Because let's say something local happens in that storage area network, you should be able to access it from HQ, all those files you saved here locally because of that replication. That's an example of high availability. Redundancy. So having multiple what we call COOP sites, so continuity of operations. So in like SOCOM, Special Operations, we have a site in like Tampa. That's our main HQ data center. And then we COOP over to another site here on the West Coast, right? And essentially, why? Why would we need to do that? Well, because natural disasters happen. Shit happens, right? So in Florida, what comes every year? Fucking hurricanes, right? What a great idea to put your main data center right on the Gulf Coast, right? Where a fucking hurricane's gonna come every fucking year. But, so they have to build a redundant site for that, okay? That's availability. Now this image is showing cloud zones, which is a great way to look at high availability. About like 2 months ago, you guys, I don't know if this would affect you guys, but AW East went down and a bunch of applications went down for like a bunch of major companies.
Yep. I think we was in that too.
Yeah, everyone was, because it's like the internet now is no longer distributed. It's all just a few fucking hyperscalers and cloud data centers that host everything for everybody, right? Which is a horrible design, but as an organization, are you going to pay for multiple redundant cloud service providers? Probably not, because you need to make money. Anyways, the point of me saying that is not to get in a soapbox, but when you're in the cloud, the point was to originally put things in different zones, a data center in the East Coast, a data center in the West Coast, and have them replicating to each other. So if you're hosting an application that users need here, like an enterprise application, and this goes down, they're supposed to come over here. It doesn't always happen that way, though, because it costs money. That's really the main reason, and like other shit too, like technical stuff. Oh, fuck, I gotta unhide that shit. Hold on, guys. Some classes I don't make them do the quizzes. All right, let's do that domain 1.2.1 quiz. I'll do it with you guys too. Yeah, don't expect, some of these are so fucking easy. Don't expect the test to actually be like that, right? Be a little harder. Or maybe they're hard, I don't know.
No, I was hoping because
Yeah, no. That's why I try to make that, I'm like, hey, these are like, just check on learnings. Like,
So did you want us to do the CIA one or the AAA one?
CIA.
Okay.
Yeah, honestly, the way I get to the quizzes, guys, is I go to my lessons. And like, I'll go to 1.2.1, and then it's down here. Take domain quiz. Yeah.
not the AAA one.
Yeah.
Nah. Yeah, I know it.
We're good on
Yeah.
that one, so.
But if you failed that one, that makes sense, because yeah, we didn't go over that yet. Oh, real quick too, let me show you guys something. So I have these PBQs. You see how it says video unavailable? I'm gonna fix that tonight.
Okay.
They got taken off YouTube by CompTIA because they're little hoes. So I have to upload them manually instead of just tying it to a YouTube video. I totally forgot, so I'll do that tonight.
Courses.
And yeah, you'll get used to it. Like, so I go in order the domains, right? So domain 1.2.1 and then .2, .3, going over different objectives.
Is there a certain browser you gotta use on the web to get to your academy? It keeps telling me that shit's not working.
Let me see what's going on here. I like this flavor. Oh shit.
That's pretty much what it gives me.
Have you done a course with us before?
No.
Okay. No, it's a me thing. Give me 1 sec. I gotta get with my developer and ask him what. Oh shit.
But yeah, like when I first was able to click on the Security Plus class, it just popped up with a little thing down here that said user must be logged in, but I was already logged in.
Yeah, I don't know, because I don't even see what your profile shit is. So. But you can get it on your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. And you tried multiple browsers?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Hayden?
Hayden? Okay. I'll ask my developer to look at your account. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Okay,
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay. Let's go over AAA now, guys. So this is going to be more of the fundamental security concepts. So AAA stands for authentication, authorization, and accounting. So authentication is going to be your identity. So it's going to be when I sign into an enterprise, whatever that may be. You guys sign into your L3 Harris computer. You put a username and password. That's an identity. That's a credential that I need to authenticate and say, yes, you are real. So we have identity providers or authentication servers that do that for us. And then once you're identified and you're authenticated and we say, yes, you're a real account, we verified your password, maybe we have some multi-factor authentication, so we sent you a push notification, you hit yes, you put in a number, whatever the case may be, then we need to put permissions on your account because we need to grant you access to certain resources in our environment. That is authorization. So authentication, that's your identity. That is verifying your identity, that you are putting in the right password, the right SMS code, whatever the case may be. And then authorization is your permissions, what you are allowed to access on the actual network. Then the last A in there is accounting. That's logging, that's auditing. So then that's our system saying, okay, well now what's this user doing? Is he or she going to something they're not supposed to? Are they acting malicious? Or what are they accessing, just logging that activity? Okay, so yes, the first A in AAA is authentication. So it's the process of verifying the identity of a user, device, or system before granting access. So not just users, but also service accounts and also computers and devices, okay? So if you're in an Active Directory domain, a computer has to do a domain join before that computer is even allowed and granted network access, like an IP address and then able to do things on your enterprise. So authentication isn't just users, it could be devices as well. You guys ever heard of Microsoft Intune? It's like for mobile, like Microsoft Cloud-based authentication services. It's the same shit. Okay, then we have authentication factors. So most authentication servers or identity providers, think of an identity provider as like Google. You guys sign into a lot of websites. I always sign in with my Google account, right? That's an identity provider. They're going to have multiple factors of authentication. So here's the main three you need to know. The something you know factor is something you created. That's a username, PIN, password, okay? Or like those, it says passwords on there, but like those security questions, that is something you know. Something you have is another factor. That's something you physically own. That's your cell phone, and you getting a push notification on your cell phone, and you typing in a number. That is something you possess. Do you guys get CACs here? Common access cards? That is something you have as well. If you have like a physical token or something that you plug into the computer, that is something you have, something physical in your possession. And then the something you are factor is your biology. It's biometrics. That's the finger scan, the face ID, the iris scan. So most of the times in like modern day, granting access to an enterprise, we like to combine these, where you put in a username and password, and then maybe we send you another push notification you have to verify, right? So my day job, the company I work for, Sigma Defense, to access my Outlook, I have to do that. I put in a username and password, and then I have a Microsoft Authenticator app that I have to use. So that's multi-factor authentication, MFA. Authorization. So this is the process of determining what you'll have access to. Something we kind of already talked about. So we have access control modes. You don't need to memorize all these. I'm just going to briefly go over them. So discretionary access control. This is the default authorization access control method on Windows, where if you go to your desktop, you right-click, make a new folder, and you go to properties and then security settings. That's discretionary access control, where the owner of that object, file, folder, whatever it is, sets the permissions, sets the read, the write, and the execute permissions. Mandatory access control is a need to know. So that's like in the government, like your clearance. If you don't have a secret clearance, you're not going to get access to like the secret network. And then beyond that, there may be special programs you don't have access to within that network. So that's a mandatory access control. And then RBAC, what I've been talking about, is role-based access control. That's just defining your role. So you guys do what again? You're called techs, right? So you probably have your own share drive and things where you share knowledge and content and stuff like that. So would someone from L3 Harris Corporate that works on like marketing get access to your guys' shit? Obviously not, right? So role-based access control is just kind of like common sense things, like don't have permission sprawl, right? And then we always follow this, the principle of least privilege or least privilege principle. You can say it any way you want. Just ensuring that you get the exact amount of permissions needed to do your job. Okay, and then accounting. This is logging or auditing. This is just saying, hey, we saw you log into this router or switch, or here's a better example. At 9:05 a.m., our services went down, so now we need to figure out what the hell happened because nothing was on our change management board. So we go to our server that's doing the logging of all of our routers, switches, and accounts that are getting into that router and switch, and we see that it was Sam, right? Sam logged in, made a change at 9:04, and then all of our shit went down, right? That's accounting, right? So just having audit trails and logging and monitoring. And a key cyber term here is forensics. So this actually just happened at my place of work where some system admin was using a software from like Russia to delete logs. And then our cyber team was just like looking through shit just like randomly, which is their job actually. They should have been doing that. Anyways, but and they found it, and then the guy got confronted, and he just like left the compound. He just like walked off. Kind of crazy. Classic, right? Yeah. He was old as shit, so I think he was just like.
Dude, I hate that.
I don't even think he was. I think he just knew he did something he wasn't supposed to, and it was just like,
Started speaking Red
fuck
language.
this, yeah. It's over, boys, yeah. All right, let's do another quiz. And yes, guys, I'm going a little bit quicker than I usually would because of our condensed timeline, in case you're wondering. Yeah,
We're all for efficiency, man.
that's right.
Class usually go.
I like to teach it for 10 days. If you want to learn, if you just want the cert, we can get it done, really quick. But
It's our style.
I agree. I'm saying, just give me the cert, especially if you're not doing the shit. Like, yeah.
Hell yeah.
You could take the cert, get a higher paying job. Nah, I'm kidding. Don't tell is your boss here? Just kidding. Jokes.
Why do you think I'm here? Exactly how we got.
Can you not take quizzes more than, oh, there it goes. Never mind.
Yeah, there should be a button that's like retry quiz. Something.
No, yeah, computer just being.
All good. All good. Yeah, that's another thing. Our exams, again, you can take them as many times as you want to. You can run through them.
Oh, this is the AAA one.
That happened with one of my big companies, General Dynamics. We train. I went through all their mission training centers and like
You did
the
training
CONUS
for General Dynamics?
Hmm?
Oh.
mission. Yeah, and we got them CASP, and then like they had such a fucking high turnover rate. Like we got all their guys certified, and then they all quit within the year.
General Dynamics has a high turnover rate anyway.
Period. Yeah, I know. They're like L3 Harris still like kind of small vibes, like small business vibe. No.
No, I think it's like I mean, now, it used to be the third, but I think now it's the sixth biggest defense contract.
Oh, what the fuck? I didn't know that.
This is a super tiny branch of Harris. It's like, honestly, you could
State, local. It's like
you
SLED.
Could tell,
Crumb in the fucking.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
could tell someone and be like, oh yeah, these guys do this, and they'd be like, who? What
Yeah,
is
yeah.
that?
Yeah, because the.
Over the moon, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm working on missiles that we're sending over.
The guys in my compound, they're L3 Harris, and I would whatever we talk, and they said that you guys used to do stock options and stuff like that. They got rid of that.
I don't have
Yeah.
reserves.
yeah.
They're all Russian now.
Well, fucking last one. It's funny I got it right the first time. It's fucking quick.
You guys got a big place in Salt Lake City too, right?
What?
I have to go there like in June. There's like you guys have you ever heard of, you know what a SIL is?
Yeah.
System and yeah. I had to go out to that SIL in Salt Lake City for my day job, but let me do this shit with you guys.
You guys hiring over there? You need drone pilots?
Well, see, the drone pilots on my compound, they go into this building and I never fucking talk to them. But apparently they get paid a lot of fucking money, apparently. Which, no, it makes sense because the cars they drive, yeah. Like, just these, I'm not a car guy, but like Grand Wagoneers, Lincoln Navigators, like this one dude, I don't even know what kind of Mercedes it is. I just know it's a two-seater. It looks expensive. Yeah, they got money. But they're in this building, no windows, 12 hours a day. Yeah.
God damn.
Mhm. Yeah. My job when I was at the last unit I was in, that's how it was, man. Skiff, not 12 hours, but like you'd walk in, it was sunny. You'd walk out, it'd be fucking raining in the afternoon. Like you would never know. Like it sucks. It's depressing.
There's nothing like getting to a place and it's dark, and then getting out of that place
And it's dark. Yeah.
Hell of a day.
You guys do like a lot of like field work, I'm guessing then? Yeah. So you guys like blue collar then? Would you consider yourself? Yeah.
blue collar, but without the ties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a light blue color.
Yeah. It's like off blue.
It's off blue, yeah.
Baby blue color.
It's yeah.
Denim color.
More rugged.
Do you have to go up towers and shit like that? Like, okay.
Stop at the tower.
Yeah.
Turn around.
We're in the shelter.
Oh, okay. That's cool. The original guy that set this up with us, his name was Jason. He was like telling me, yeah. Yeah. Did he go get a better job or yeah? Or not better? You know, everything's perspective. It's
Of course, I believe.
well, yeah, yeah. He got Net Plus and then he stopped answering my phone calls. So I was like, oh, I guess.
Started flying drones.
How do I get to your slides?
So if you go to the lessons,
Yeah,
Go to lesson. You're not allowed.
no, click, yeah, right there.
what? Lessons, yeah. What's the PBQ?
And then go to week 1, domain 1.
Just learned about it, dude. You don't have authorization.
And then just click on any of the lessons. There'll be a video, and then also the slides.
Oh, see, I didn't go past
Yeah.
the video. I didn't know it was a video.
They're also all on the Google Drive too. Yeah, and I put like the explanation too in the lesson, so you can read that.
Where's the access to the Google Drive?
I can't do it with this lesson.
Oh,
On the Harris Network.
yeah.
She's off there.
Just if honestly, so I'll show you. So
No, I'm fine. This is what I was looking for.
the Google Drive is right here at the landing page,
Oh, okay.
Oh, we have bottom.
or on your lessons. Any lesson, it's at the bottom.
Cool.
Google Drive. Yeah. That Discord's not active. Don't click it. I gotta clean a lot of shit up, honestly.
Dude, do not call.
Yeah.
What did you do? Oh, shit. I'm gonna make a phone call. Suburbans, they're pulling up.
Okay, let's go over zero trust. So on my YouTube channel, I have like an hour-long video about this. Obviously, we're not going to go that deep into it, as much as I'd love to. Where the fuck did my mouse go? Okay, there it is. Okay, so zero trust. This is not a product. It's not like a company can come sell you zero trust. We sell you this firewall, you're going to get zero trust. It is a framework and an architecture put out by the NSA under a NIST special publication 800-207 that describes what a zero trust architecture is and how to achieve it in very generalized terms. Because obviously, if we're putting out a white paper on an architecture, we can't say, oh, you need a Cisco firewall. It'll just be like firewall, right? Or a policy decision point or a policy enforcement point. So let me keep this as brief as I can because it actually is a big thing. So back in the day, and when I say back in the day, I mean like literally like 8 years ago, where was your enterprise? You'd come into your office, you'd log into your laptop, and it had to stay there, right? You couldn't take it home with you, connect it to your Wi-Fi, turn on a VPN, and all of a sudden you get access to your company's network. That's not how it was like 8 to 10 years ago. So it used to be in cybersecurity, we had an easy perimeter. Let's say this was your office. You probably have one router here connected to an ISP, and that's it. And then every system inside of that was yours. So you had that perimeter. You had your enterprise perimeter here that said, okay, here is our router and firewall. Everything inside is what we have to protect. Everything external is untrusted, and we don't mess with it, right? So we put a firewall there that monitors, that filters, that does intrusion prevention, intrusion detection. And that was easy, right? Everything was in this nice little moat. You know, imagine your enterprise is a castle, you build a moat around it, and there's where you protect. But what happened in 2019? Y'all remember? Was it 2019? COVID, right? When did COVID happen?
2020.
Am I tripping? Okay. Yeah, you're right. 2020, like March timeframe when the whole world fucking, yeah. Anyways, I was in selection at that time for the unit I was going to, and it was sick because we got 2 months off. But what happened to all these organizations? They said we need remote workers now. Everyone needs to work remote. So now people took their computers home with them, and they were accessing corporate resources over the internet. So now what happened to our trust points? It wasn't this nice little perimeter anymore. Now we had users that could be sitting at Starbucks accessing our corporate network. What else started happening about 8 to 10 years ago? Companies started getting off-prem and started moving all their shit to what? The cloud, right? Does your organization own the cloud? No. You rent from the cloud. It's like if L3 Harris has an Office 365 cloud tenant to get your Outlook, your Microsoft Word, that doesn't sit anywhere that they own. It sits in a cloud data center somewhere, and they access it. They may configure it, but it sits in the cloud. And it's not their responsibility to protect that data center or protect the data that sits in that data center, okay? So now we have all these little data assets that are our company's shit that we have to protect that isn't in our nice little perimeter anymore. It's in this cloud service. It's in that cloud service. We have remote workers here that are connecting to different internet hops that isn't inside our enterprise. So Zero Trust attempts to address that. It says, hey, we have all these different touch points and trust boundaries now where our enterprise data sits, and we need a way to protect that. So we're going to call it Zero Trust architecture. And there's going to be 3 principles that you need to know. I'm going to get my pen out here. Hold on. I should have set this up. 1 second, guys. Actually, fuck that. I'll do it here. There's going to be 3 principles you need to know with Zero Trust. 1 is going to be never trust, always verify. So in the Army, we had a similar term. I forget what it was. It was like trust but verify, yeah. In Zero Trust, it's never trust, always verify. So what does that mean? I'll give you an example, because this actually gets into authentication and enabling conditional access, contextual awareness when authenticating a user. So the banking industry has been doing this for a while. Let me explain. I'll get you there. It'll make sense. So if I travel to Italy right now and I swipe my debit card for $1,000, what's going to happen? Are they going to accept the transaction? No. Okay, so what happened there? Why did that happen?
Weird transaction.
It's weird. What does it deviate from?
Your normal activity.
Boom, that's all I was looking for. It deviates from normal behavior, okay? So in Zero Trust, what it aims to do is says, I know you log in at 9 a.m. every day to your computer. That's your typical user behavior. Now all of a sudden, let's say you log in at 1 a.m. from a different geolocation. Should I just let you log in with your username and password? No. What should we do? We should have that contextual awareness. And I get it. You put your username and password and you've logged in 1,000 times. But because of this additional context I have, I'm not going to trust you. I'm going to enforce a second factor authentication. And now I'm going to send you a code to your phone that you have to authenticate through. Okay? That's never trust, always verify. To take it even a step further, what Zero Trust says is like, hey, he's logged into his L3 Harris computer. He's accessing his shared drive. All right? He accessed it at 9 a.m. It prompted him to log in, maybe hey, put your username and password again to access this resource. Cool. At 10:30, if he tries that session again, it's going to prompt him again, even though he already did it from his computer that's signed into the domain. That's never trust, always verify. So in Zero Trust, it says we need to have systems in place that are constantly looking at our connections and our authentication requests, looking at the context, and do we have conditional access applied that says, yeah, you can have access based off username and password, but if I have additional context that makes this look sketchy, that deviates from the normal behavior baseline, I need to enforce additional authentication, okay? So that's never trust, always verify. There's so many other examples of this too. Like for me, when I have my unclassed computer, my network computer, and I can take it home with me, I have to sign into the computer with my CAC and PIN. I go on my VPN, I click Cisco Need Connect VPN. It's going to prompt me again for my CAC and PIN, even though it already prompted me to log in with the same shit, right? So that's never trust, always verify. It's continually authenticating you. Okay. The other major principle is always assume breach. So this has to do with now our proactive, detective methods in an organization. So the other key principle of Zero Trust architecture is always assume breach. So what that means from the cybersecurity perspective, if I'm the security operations center and I'm cybersecurity analyst 1, I need to constantly be doing monitoring and threat hunting on my network like an advanced persistent threat has already exploited me, okay? So advanced persistent threat, APT, these are these major hacker teams. So what recently happened? Was anyone living on the East Coast like 5 years ago when that pipeline got hacked? Remember all the gas stations went down? So that was an APT, right? So that organization, I don't know what oil pipeline it was, but they got exploited, right? So in Zero Trust, the concept is you need to act like there's already someone in your network, and how you react to that, it should be your daily cybersecurity, day-to-day operations. Consistent monitoring, consistent alerting, consistent log dives, and threat hunting activities and exercises for incident response. You should always be at a prepared state, so always assume breach. Then the last one is principle. Am I spelling that right? Yeah. Principle of least privilege. So we've talked about that a lot. That has to do with permissions. So that is assigning the exact permissions a user account or a service account or a device needs to do its job or its role, okay? Those are the three major principles of Zero Trust. If you can remember those, you'd be in a pretty good spot if a Zero Trust question comes up, okay? All right, back to our slides. I'm going to skip past this because I'm going to get to this. Okay, so here is straight from the NIST publication. Do you guys know what NIST is? I keep bringing it up, but it's like the National Institute of Standards and Technology. It's NSA, though, right? So the NSA up there in, I don't know, Maryland, wherever the fuck they are. And that's kind of like the risk frameworks and the cybersecurity frameworks that the DoD uses to create their DoD-I publications. Stay with me now, okay? So DoD is a big organization, right? That's just the example I use. Other organizations do this. They have to follow certain frameworks for computer systems in a DoD environment. They get all their guidance from the NSA and from these NIST cybersecurity and risk management frameworks. NIST will put out what's called SPs, special publications, and give it a number to define certain specific frameworks. So they have one for the cloud, they have one for Zero Trust. So this is straight from that publication of how Zero Trust is supposed to be, okay? So let's take a look at this. I'll break this down as best I can. So we have two major things here, something called a policy decision point and a policy enforcement point. And then you see this subject, that's you. Okay, that's your L3 Harris computer. When you try to access your shared drive, this is your shared drive, that enterprise resource. So this is saying every time you, the subject, whether that you is your computer or your user account, it doesn't really matter. The subject needs to access something on the enterprise, a shared drive, your email, the web browser, anything. It has to go through a policy enforcement point. Now, when I say have to, this is just a framework that says this is how it should happen, right? Obviously, not every organization can do this, like exactly how this publication says it should be done, but it's supposed to go through a policy enforcement point on the data plane. So imagine the data plane is the actual ones and zeros, coming across that Ethernet copper wire, getting electrical signals, and then remodulated at the other end, right? That's the policy enforcement point. So that's your authentication server, your the thing that actually says, yes, you can, okay? The policy decision point, the policy engine is whatever authentication server you're using. So that could be Active Directory. That could be Microsoft Entra ID or Microsoft Intune. It could be Google. So Google's an identity provider, right? So your Gmail, I use my Gmail to log in a bunch of shit. And then the policy administrator is you. So you're the one actually creating these access control lists, these group policy objects, and the actual policy that's supposed to be applied to that subject when it accesses that object, okay? So that is Zero Trust kind of laid out. And then you see all these things that are pointing into it. So activity logs. That is saying, do I have a system that's monitoring and gathering logs, centralizing them, and then when I centralize those logs, am I giving you, the cybersecurity analyst, access to them so you can index off them and start making that data readable and usable? Threat intelligence. This is, hey, is your SOC, your cybersecurity analyst, are they actually looking at OSINT and human reports and threat feeds? Industry compliance. So Zero Trust is going to look different depending on your industry. So major industries, healthcare, finance, government, are all going to have different legal obligations and data sovereignty laws, right? So if I'm operating in Europe versus the US, there's a lot of different laws I have to abide by. And then data access policy, that's just saying what kind of policies do you have. PKI stands for public key infrastructure. So that's saying, hey, all this access, all this authentication, do we have some sort of infrastructure in the background that gives us the ability to have what's called a chain of trust? More on that later on PKI. ID management, do we have a system in place that's like policies, procedures that says, hey, are we doing account audits? Am I onboarding and offboarding users properly? And then remember I told you this acronym is going to come up again, SIME, Security, Information, Event Management. All that's saying is what system, what server, what vendor are you using to actually do all this monitoring and log aggregation like these activity logs over here. So the biggest one is something called Splunk. You guys ever heard of that? All right, it's huge. They're like the biggest SIME provider. They actually got bought out by Cisco for billions and billions of dollars, but yeah. Alrighty, that's zero trust. Any questions? I know it was a lot, all right? It's actually, well, I wouldn't say it's cool, but it's actually like a big thing in cybersecurity to know that. Okay, let's do our quiz. Domain 1.2.3. What time is it? 10:17? Okay.
The zero trust one, right?
Mm-hmm. So you like their boss then? Kind of?
Yeah, I'm the lead on the project here.
Nice. You guys all under one like task order, like all under one cohesive contract?
For the most part, I mean everybody but Ray, we're under the Nevada State right now. Are you on the pit team, Ray?
I am. I'm like the stepchild.
Okay, yeah.
That's pretty much how that goes.
But same job as them pretty much, like doing
Yeah,
the same
yeah,
shit, yeah.
Yeah, so I do the same, like, from what I understand, I'm doing the same stuff in Florida that you guys are doing here. So I'm upgrading all the servers. Okay. So all the shelter work, P25 rack system, installing, updating my cables, connectors, running the zone boost, everything like that.
Yep.
Okay.
You guys don't do any of the commissioning, though, do you?
Unfortunately, no.
Yeah.
I've been trying, but I can't.
It's fucking stupid the way they have it set up right now. I've been trying to talk to Kim and being like, hey, let us come over to the pit team and teach your pit team how to do all these fucking commissionings and all this other
Yeah,
shit.
I would love that,
So we
because
don't-
right now we have,
You guys have it?
so, we have
What do you mean?
CI in Williamstown, Florida, working that. And normally, we would go in and we would do like the new RMC, running the jump connectors, everything else like that. But as of lately, I've had to go in after them. Before the cutover team gets in there, before the commissioning team gets in there, to make sure everything is done properly. And 9 times out of 10, it's not. It's like if you guys had just had us do it in the
And I
first
saw you
place,
take freaking,
then we would have been
over.
fine.
So I was like racing, I'm like, let's see who gets there first.
So,
I got to that stoplight off
Yeah.
Mill and Rock.
I'd love to do all that.
But then I saw you pull it, I'm like,
It really depends on which way I take. I
Yeah.
take rock
Yep.
and mill,
Yep.
both, but usually I've found, depending on the time, that was usually faster. But if it's like super early on.
Classy way to drink it, yeah.
I did.
yeah, sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, honestly,
Oh, all right.
like it's way backed up. It's
Yeah.
like
Yeah, we
random.
could
I tried it, I
do
tried
it.
to put it on it, but then like sometimes it's random.
We could
Yeah.
totally.
But going home, I usually always try and take
Actually,
rock.
I found a gravitational.
I always see take that one. I'm always like,
Yo, one time you flip the poles.
I got way ahead of you.
A lot of the power guys.
And I'm right also.
I'm the only one.
Last week, I was like, what the fuck?
I did not suffer.
Yeah, I meant to do it.
Oh,
I got out of the
really
army
busy.
and then I went and worked for this, Sierra Nevada Corporation.
Oh, okay.
Doing drone stuff for them,
Yeah.
for the Air Force, and then I got out and I was like, you know what, I'm pretty much done with drones.
Yeah, one thing I hate about CompTIA stuff is like that reading comprehension, like you were saying, because I had a long time ago I was doing the IT fundamentals, you know, just the base level stuff,
Yeah,
and every single like pop quiz
You think
stuff,
that was an
I was passing everything. We had like little study sessions. I would teach everybody else like, yeah, so this,
Mhm.
and we get to test everybody else passes, and I fail.
Oh yeah.
Because the reading comprehension is
There was a
so
whole-
The test itself is like, yeah, you know, it's
you gotta really,
a skill in itself taking the test, you know.
yeah, you gotta really pay attention to what they're saying.
Yeah.
When I got done with that,
They'll try to trick you out.
I
on
do agree.
everything.
Another interception could have gone either way.
I left the day before they declared a state of emergency here, and then I was stuck in Jalalabad for 6.5 months.
Yeah.
Which was it, Kincaid, where the tight end?
How do you feel about this version of 701?
It's fine. It's all the same shit to me, honestly. Yeah. Like any cybersecurity I teach, like I just taught CASP last week, like the highest level CompTIA one. It's all the same shit.
That's how
Little CASP for CompTIA.
Oh, CompTIA.
Yeah, yeah.
exclusively,
It's not like
okay.
you're doing bad.
It's
What's best in
Yeah,
that?
seriously.
Does CompTIA do like CCNP stuff?
No, that's Cisco.
They've been
That's-
good. Like,
Yeah,
Okay, so anything past like the
Oh,
trifecta is
I wouldn't make the Super Bowl
the
this year.
Cisco?
No,
We damn near made it to
CCNA?
fucking- we almost
that's just
did.
Cisco, man.
Fire
CompTIA is
the
its own company. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
My bad.
No, it's all good. Yeah.
I haven't. Yeah.
Every company has their version of professional level versus associate level versus beginner, you know. So the highest level CompTIA cert is CASP, which is called Security X now. I just taught it. I just made the course like a couple weeks ago. It's all the same shit. It's literally the same thing Security Plus goes over, just a little bit more and maybe a little bit more in depth. But like I literally taught, like what I just taught you, Zero Trust, I just had to teach last week for that professional level cert.
Okay, makes sense.
So to me, it's all the same shit, either a little extra, a little bit less, you know. All right, guys, let's go over deception and disruption technologies. This one's pretty quick. So what this is going to talk about is things that we can do in our enterprise to help our threat hunting. Essentially, whether it's a honey net, honey pot, honey file, honey token, that's like the 4 they want you to know in Security Plus. The whole point is to make something, a VM, a whole simulated network, that looks very exploitable, that pretty much says, hey, I'm wide open. And the whole point is to get an attacker to get in there, and then we monitor what the attacker does to learn that attacker's TTPs. That's all this technology is. Now, like honey files or decoy files, they can like look for an external advanced persistent threat or attacker, but it's also good for insider threats. So if I make a file that's passwords dot whatever, and someone from the payroll department opens that file, that decoy file will send me an alert saying, hey, this user's trying to access this file. So then we can address that and be like, hey, why are you trying to look at this when it's not on your department, it's not under your roles or permissions or whatever the case may be, okay? So honey pot, honey network, or honey net, that is to learn an attacker, and then we learn their TTPs, okay? So it's not supposed to be part of your real enterprise. The main difference when we're talking about these is that honey pot is a single device. So this happens a lot like in cybersecurity classes, even in college. They'll throw up a VM on the public cloud that's just completely exposed. And you can see in real time an attacker exploiting that, okay? That's like a good honeypot exercise. And then a honey net is trying to simulate the real enterprise, obviously not everything to a T, to try to see how the attacker would do like lateral movement or put persistence in your network, put backdoors and things like that. Or how an attacker would do data exfiltration. Essentially just a way for us to monitor and learn the TTPs. Okay, and then just the definitions of them. Honey file can be used to discover the whereabouts of attackers, both internal and external. And where honey net and honey pot's mainly set up for external hackers or attackers, okay?
Are all these set up in VMs? Or
What? These shits, like a honey pot, could be anything, man. It could be a VM, it could be a server. It's really just a general definition of a single system that's there to look vulnerable. So like a web application could do that, you know?
Yeah, I was just like what typically they use or.
So web application's an easy one. So like you could clone, like I can clone my Trepa Tech website right now, put it in a VM, give it a different domain name, throw that up online, get rid of all the access control, and see how someone would attack that. VMs in the cloud are an easy one. Like you right now could go create a cloud account on Microsoft Azure, deploy VM, and that shit will be exploited like within a couple hours.
Oh wow.
Yeah, happened to me once, and it cost me like tens of thousands of dollars. I'll show you guys. I had an intern that fucked something up, and then I'll show you when we get to the cloud section. It's actually crazy. All right, and then a Honey Net is a collection of systems and services, okay? And then again, that Honey file is just a single text file or some sort of file in your network that we're trying to beacon and say, hey, someone tried to open this. You know, we label it something that clearly is like passwords, whatever. Okay. Awesome. Another quick one. Let's do our quiz. I know, moving quick. I know.
That one's for.
Domain 1.2.4. Have you seen
Interview.
yeah, you honey dicked me. Yeah. Yeah, they say when you go to like Eastern Europe and like there's these memes, it's like if the really pretty girl likes you, yeah, she probably doesn't like you.
1.2.
1.2.4. All right, here. Remember, if you go to the lesson, you scroll down, take domain quiz.
Your stuff came back up. The videos came back up.
Well, the videos, just the PBQ ones won't show. I don't look right.
Say go to the lesson,
Yep.
jump to the lesson.
Domain 1.2.4, where we're at. Yep.
Good for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those quizzes are tied, you know, they're tied to the lesson.
Your dad doing better? Good. Good enough going to pyramid? Figured not.
Damn.
You went on Sunday, right?
What?
To Costco?
No.
No, I think it was Thursday. Friday? Oh, no, it was this. What day did you leave here, Jordan? Thursday? What?
All right, guys, ready? Let's finish up domain 1.2. It's this one's kind of boring, to be honest with you. It's just going over physical security. So we just have to look at all the different physical security things we have. Okay, so a bollard, that is a post or obstacle that prevents vehicles from moving through an area. That is a preventative control. So this used to be called just man traps. I don't know what changed, like on the exam objectives, they want to call it access control vestibules now, but it's just a man trap. Where you have two doors, you're supposed to catch someone like tailgating in, then they're like stuck there, right? So that's a preventative and detective control to stop piggybacking or tailgating, and then also see like, oh, this person's stuck in the middle, so They obviously don't have access. Okay, badges. So badges are used as part of your identity to get access to a certain building or area that is secure. So badges use something called RFID, and they use proximity readers. That's what you badge into. That RFID is your radio frequency identifier, and that's going to go to some sort of authentication server that's part of your entire badging system. So these are actually really easy to clone. You guys ever seen Flipper Zero? You know what that is? Yeah, I've seen like the reels and stuff. I actually have one at my house. I've used it a few times. It does work actually pretty well. But anyways, I'm going to go.
But they don't work with like revolving keys.
Yeah. Huh?
Because if it's just a normal authentication key, it can capture it. But if it's like revolving ones,
Yeah. There's ways to stop it. But
We know that from.
yeah, some people like if you like travel, let's say, you know, like you've been to Hawaii. Anyone ever been there? All the fucking parking garages. And sometimes you stay at a hotel, you badge into it. They give you a little key fob. Well, you could like clone that. That's real simple on that flipper. And then you come back a year later, you still have access to that parking garage, right? So, not saying to do that, but it is possible. Yeah. A Flipper Zero. You want to see what it looks like? Come on.
you can get them on. They're like $120 now.
I think they're a little. Yeah, they. Let's see. Well, I don't. So buy now.
More expensive now. 200
That's
now.
literally the
Damn.
exact one stuff. Like,
Yeah, they're pretty cool. There's a lot they can do.
They went up in price for sure.
You can add an antenna to it and like interfere Bluetooth.
Yeah, like your garage too, like shit like that. Old cars, not the new cars now have that protection in them. What is that?
It's that revolving key, right?
I don't fuck some shit. Yeah.
It keeps changing the key on it. So
Yeah.
You can't, it'll just get the original key, but it keeps changing like QR code.
Yeah.
The new ones are always changing.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. Yeah. There's this other training company in Fayetteville that I've worked with sometimes. They do whole courses just dedicated to like, not obviously a Flipper Zero, but shit like that, like how to hack Wi-Fi and stuff. It's pretty cool. Okay, more physical security. Alarms. They're detective and deterrent control. We know what alarm is. There's that term again, signage. That's what CompTIA calls a sign. They call it signage. So that's the term they want you to know. Cameras. So we know what cameras do, okay? Well, hopefully we do. Now CCTV, that's an entire system, and CompTIA says that a CCTV should have like guards and someone monitoring, your compound. Industrial camouflage. So these are buildings that are like a SCIF, but you want to know they're a SCIF. So pretty much it's an office downtown, and in the back room there's a SCIF in there. Very common thing actually. So it doesn't matter, but it's very common, right? So you could be in a downtown area like my sister. She works for AWS. You guys know what that is? Amazon Web Services, cloud. So she works on the high side department, and her office is actually one floor above a Twitch headquarters in Denver. But then her area is the SCIF inside of that. So if you're just downtown Denver, you see this high rise, you never know, right, that there's like a SCIF in there. So that's industrial camouflage, okay? And then personnel, security guards, okay? They could be on your compound as well. Where I worked, we had roaming guards that like had shotguns and shit like that. And if you like touch the fence, like they had a little monitor, they'd come like in their little fucking carts and like, what are you doing? So it can get pretty intense depending where you work. Locks. So locks are a physical control that can prevent threat actors from opening or unlocking devices. You ever seen the computer locks? I had this in high school. Yeah, they're just little locks. You need a key to undo it so you get access to the computer. And then lighting. So in data centers or places that are not visible, just add lighting that could be motion detected. Yes, this is part of Security Plus. This is what they want you to know. Okay, fencing. They say it's a deterrent control, but I'm pretty sure you can climb a fence, so it could be. Anyways, fire suppression. So this is something that always comes up in these cybersecurity certs. So in our data centers, we have electrical equipment. If those electrical equipments catch on fire, can you put it out with water? No. You need like Class C fire extinguishers and things like that, right? So that's when we talk about fire suppression. It actually is different in our environments if we run data centers and things like that. Back in the day, data centers used to cut off all the oxygen. I don't think it's allowed anymore. I think like a regulation came out. They used to use halon. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. I think That's not allowed anymore either. And then sensors. Sensors are a part of other systems. They can do proximity, motion, moisture, RFID. This is just a general term for anything a sensor can do. Visitor log. So I signed that when I came in here. This is a way to track who's in and out of your building. And then a Faraday cage. You guys know what this is? To prevent all the EMI, EMP, stuff like that. Well, really, it just stops any RF signal from reaching out. So if someone like stole your phone and it's your company phone and there's mobile device management on it, the first thing they would do is put it in like a Faraday cage, right? They even have bags for this, like Faraday bags. And then that MDM solution couldn't reach out to the phone to actually like lock it or erase it. And then air gap. This is a physical separation of devices that cannot connect. So when would we want to do this? In our OT environments, like I talked about, operational technologies. So when that pipeline, none of you all live on the East Coast, right? Or in the past. Yeah, we do. When that shit happened, really the problem was that that oil company wasn't separating their IT and their OT properly. So that pipeline, however it pumps the fucking oil, those are a bunch of systems and devices that are in their own little air gap network. It's how it should be. So if they need some sort of communication between their systems, it's just closed. So when I go log into my fucking Outlook, my computer that logs in my Outlook, that's my IT device, shouldn't be able to connect to my OT device at all, right? You need that separation. They didn't have that. So one of their users got exploited, and that malware, whatever it was, did lateral movement into the OT environment and shut down that oil pipeline. When Russia invaded Ukraine, damn, when was that? Was that 2021 or 22? 21. It's been that long?
22. Was it 22?
I think it was 22, February 22.
I retired in 22.
Yeah. So what did Russia do before actually boots on ground, months prior? Cybersecurity attacks, right? They did OT attacks. They attacked the electrical grid, things like that. So just pointing out why it's important to air gap systems when necessary. Like your camera systems also should be air gapped. Your CCTV should not be connected to your IT environment. All right, let's do our quiz. And then we'll take a 10-minute break because we just got done with domain 1.2. So. They say that's what we did in Venezuela too. Y'all watch that? How we took out all the power. That's what they say.
And I was so much of church, I woke up Monday morning going,
Take out their power and make it nighttime.
Flip their gravity.
Flip their gravity, yeah. Y'all didn't see that? They said they used sonic weapons on them too.
Oh yeah, that stuff was
Mhm.
crazy.
People are puking growing up.
Yeah, some security guard did an interview after.
he said he's big.
Don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have free healthcare for a reason, you know.
That's freaking crazy. Like that's no joke. Yeah. Scramble your stuff.
I like how this one says, "Fuck the employees. We need to protect our assets." That's right. Yeah. That data center costs us more money.
Oh, you barely
That's what they're in there. They hit that oxygen suppression.
Yeah.
Kills everybody in there.
Dude, that's what because
Close one.
when I was in
Guys are dead in there.
when I was in Qatar, that's what they would tell me. Like this big army, whatever unit had a data center. And they're like, this shit's been here 25 years. Like this is the oxygen suppression system. So, like, if there's a fire, just get out because you'll die. All right, yeah, 10-minute break, guys.
Oh shit.
Does David still go down there and help
Yeah.
out, or is he?
Yeah, it's just David and I.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Not
But
good
right
old
now, David's doing his mission work over in India.
Oh really?
Yeah,
I didn't hear
for
about
2
that.
months.
Dang. Yeah, I knew he
So-
was going through like, what was it, Singapore, Malaysia? He was doing that like last.
Yeah, so
year.
Singapore, he's been working on the ship systems out there.
Yeah.
But he came back and Florida, but I'm also up in St. Mary's, so
No.
Damn, son.
that's fun.
Uh-oh.
That's great.
You go from there?
Yes.
Hey, if
Yes.
you need any help out there, just reach out to Cliff and tell him you want one of our guys.
Yeah, I'll go back out.
To Florida or St. Mary's? I know we got Jordan Mize up there right now.
So you got a red rat
I was in the
outside.
army with his brother.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Logan.
I just fixed mine.
Yeah, we got that and
I just got Lexus back
Nate's is
from the
out
live
there
show.
right now.
Oh.
Well, he's going out there this week, but we should be finishing up St. Mary's
I backed up into
mid-February.
a parking pole.
No.
And then from what I
That's what I said.
believe, I
tried to
we
fix
have
it on
to
my
be
own.
done with Florida.
Then I was like,
Well, we don't have.
I was like this. I was like, bro, you pay full coverage.
Is it
insurance.
Slurs or Miami?
Yeah.
I was like,
Yes.
hey, I hate something.
Cause we're still working on slurs.
Yes.
We
6
still have
days, I
like
got my shit.
Hell yeah.
I think 6 or 7 coverage sites that need. to
They're
be
pretty
done.
good.
And
The
then
hit wasn't something that
there's other
was,
sites
you know what I
that
mean?
haven't even been touched. Like,
Detrimental.
I just went to
Yeah. Just
Hollywood PD,
Yeah, it was real quick.
and
When
I have to get.
fixed it, brought it back.
I don't know how I'm gonna do it, because the cables are suspended on the second floor, and there's nothing there.
Of course.
So, I don't know how I'm gonna work on that one. Cause I'm not the smallest guy. I fall fast, alright, and fat. That's just the way it is.
Come down quick.
You know, coming down 20 feet is not gonna be a fun thing. But they also have to get like a
You know
crane
where it
out
was like
there and
that?
everything else like that,
Yeah.
so.
Are you still doing the jumper work, or is it
Yeah.
just the programming, or?
Yeah, still doing jumpers and connectors.
Okay.
But the problem is
Station out here.
the reason why I have to go to all these different sites is because CI and
The
Williams are
connectors is
saying that they're doing these sites and they're doing the connectors, and I get there and it's not done.
Oh damn. On our end, or on the
Go back over there.
on the
I
cable
don't know when
entry
that's
end
gonna
towards the
happen.
tower?
Jimmy said, "We gotta do these
Our
sweeps
end.
again."
Oh, okay.
Because when we downgraded, like, or downsized everything,
pretty
it's
much
just
gotta
David and I have been
redo
down in
PMs.
Florida.
Mm-hmm.
It's a year already.
Brent has been using a lot of CI and Williams.
Yeah.
Well, they haven't been taking pictures and now it shows.
Oh yeah.
So like, I've gone, I went to
Your daughter must be
4
big,
sites
though, bro.
in the last 2
You
weeks
say your daughter probably.
that
Fucking
Brent had said that they were done and that they
Running
needed
around, she's
COPs.
like growling and scratching like she's a dog.
And
now.
he didn't have them, so he's like, yeah, just go and take
Pretty
pictures.
funny. She's starting to talk. to
Brent,
them now, too.
what am I taking pictures of? Like legacy connectors?
Had her
and,
little date
like
here,
jumpers
they got,
that
like,
aren't
a
there? And
little
he's like, what are you,
speech.
are you
Oh,
telling me
no.
they're not there? And I was like, yeah.
Oh shoot.
I went to
optional, but I
one
was like,
site down in the
definitely,
Keys
we
and it
should do
had
that for
2
sure.
RMCs in it.
Oh, man.
Progress. You know?
And it only had a test line to one of the RMCs.
Yeah, I don't know if I told you I bought
And
a
then it had
snowboard for
everything
Christmas.
else to the other RMC. And I
Yeah.
was just like, why is
Try
this
to get her
RMC even here?
comfortable on
Yeah.
it. and she
So
might be
it was
ready to
just-
go next season. Definitely not this season. though.
Nice.
I don't know. I still feel like it
I
should have
think-
just
oh,
been
a
us.
lot of snow.
Like, we shouldn't have used any of those outside.
Where we
fluids.
drive
Or they should have
over.
had like a rudimentary
Been a
daily
while.
report so they can.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly,
yeah.
exactly.
We drive over.
But like, we tell
Where we was
CI
going
and
to
Williams
Tampa,
all the stuff that
I
we
know up
need
there
done,
probably.
and they're not doing it, but yet
Probably,
we don't
probably
hold
lower
them
than we
accountable.
think right now.
Oh
They've been
my
getting
gosh.
snow.
And
Yeah.
now it's, now it's crazy.
Oh,
I haven't been yet
So-
this season. I might go this weekend.
And apparently, we've gone through, so we've gone through like 4 different tower companies that have just been taking all the connectors, and now they have to reorder all the connectors.
What the heck? What are they doing with that? They're just.
I have no clue. because like majority of them are Upin connectors.
Yeah.
But like, we've had to reorder Upin, like, I've had to go to Tampa just to pick up like an emergency stash of Upin connectors, just so I can go and do a couple sites. And it's,
That's mostly what you do though, install the sites?
yeah,
It's my favorite thing.
radio programming, and then like, I've been doing drone work and stuff like that.
That's cool. Keeping you busy.
Yeah, I'll do, I think it was 70, I was home 75 days last year. 75, 79, that was pretty much
Damn.
it.
Damn, you like
You're on
that?
the fucking
No,
move.
I don't like that, I
Yeah.
fucking hate that.
I hate
Like, I
traveling, man.
despise
Yeah.
it. Like, I've been telling everybody like, hey, I'll take some time off, I'll do this and that, but
75 days is crazy. You
I-
probably made shit
I-
ton of money last year though.
I did.
I just quit a job recently because it made me travel too much.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm
You
not
hired?
doing this shit.
You're on the East Coast, right?
Yeah, well, it was, have you heard of Andril?
What?
Andril, the company
Wow.
Andril?
Yeah.
That's
Is that what
where
Jason
G,
was?
that's where G at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got hired there, and it was like a pre-sales engineer, which is like just a salesman, I guess. I didn't know. I thought it was gonna be doing actual engineering work, and dude, I started like October 20th. This is like recent, and out of the 60 days I was there, I traveled for like 45 days.
Yes.
And I was just like, this ain't for me. Like, I can't do this shit.
No.
So I went back to my old job. I'm like, y'all take me back? They're like, yeah.
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 So, no, that's why I talked to Cliff and all them, and I was just like, hey, I'm not doing any more longer than like 2 weeks.
Good.
Like, I'll do 2 weeks away, and then I'll
I'll
come
do
home
two
for my
days.
week. Or,
Yeah.
I'll do 4 or 5, but next week.
Yeah, you
goes
were
up.
you were doing like 3-4 weeks at a time, huh?
Yeah, dude. Like,
Yeah, I was
the
doing
longest,
two
the
and a half.
longest,
Fucking
no, the
crazy.
longest time I did was 7 weeks away.
No,
That's the
man.
problem.
No,
If you
but
say
like-
if you say you'll do it too, then you're like the guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
To do
You're
it,
going
yeah.
back to
And,
going,
yeah, exactly. And,
Yeah.
like, I told him, I was just like, all right, well, I'm gonna get like 2 weeks at home, right? 2-3 weeks at home. They're like, oh, yeah. No, as soon as that week's up, they're like, hey, we need you to go.
Yeah, that's too much.
No, man.
That's overkill, man.
So,
That's a great way to get your employee to leave.
well, that's why, I don't know if you guys know Dan Springler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
That
why
name
he left.
before.
Oh, he left. Okay,
Yeah,
I thought
he-
you got let go in that whole structure
No,
restructure.
he left because, they weren't giving him like any structure
And
whatsoever.
he was a good one too.
Yeah,
I
he's a
shouldn't-
good
yeah.
guy for sure.
Now he's at, where the fuck is he at? Cox,
Where's that at?
in Cincinnati.
Okay.
I talked to Eli.
Yeah, be.
In paradise. Guys in paradise.
Awesome.
Double what he made here.
That's what's up.
For
Well,
a
good for
paycheck.
him.
I'm like scratching my head like, really? He's like, yeah, man. And then I was like, yeah, I don't like the East Coast. I'm good with it, man. I'll stay out here. Can't do it.
Who is he with now?
So he's with the company that covers their public safety.
Okay.
So he pretty much goes like for trains, their towers, their mobile
Oh, sweet.
towers, buildings. So he just goes through Maryland and DC. He's in DC, so he just goes walk.
That's why.
But then you gotta be.
Backpack.
But then you gotta be by DC.
Yeah, I was like,
Is that why he got paid double?
Yeah,
He was in
that's
DC?
gotta be it.
Yeah.
That's a
he,
price.
he left out from here and went that way.
Yeah.
Oh, I would not want to live in DC or Baltimore. That area.
Water
No,
Lake.
I'm good.
No, the
I
river.
know, I know. I just went
Good,
on it.
good.
What's
What's that base right there?
There's a lot of bases up there. The Aberdeen Proving Grounds is right there.
I turned that one down. They tried to get me to go there. I said, hell no. My buddy works at another one, but it's like,
No,
when
yeah.
you're going there,
That's the plan.
just going through the gate and you look around, you're like, a lot of Pentagon.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of those type of
I
guys
would
around here.
have hated working at the Pentagon.
Got new ass.
Dude, they try to get me to be a liaison at Pentagon. I was like,
You would have been the
no,
lowest ranking fucker there, even
Yeah,
as like an
like-
I've been
E7.
making coffee.
And
like,
like
Yeah,
I woke
yeah.
up
Like
beautiful
and
now.
above, it's all up there.
Yeah, if you're
I'm
a
a
major,
grown
you're
man, man.
nothing.
Bro.
Yeah.
Time
See
for
those
that.
two crazy dudes that somehow knew
I've been
me?
up for days.
No.
He's like,
back over there, and he was saying it was like that. And then another guy that was in Germany, I can't remember his launch school or Rammstein or something like that.
Mm.
And he was saying like, yeah, it was all like he was working with kernels and stuff, and he was like an E3 or E4 at the time.
You're just a little bitch, like if you're doing that. Yeah. Even like certain RTO teams, like working with the general.
Yep.
So, do you guys work with Garrett Ladd?
Yeah, we
Used to.
A little bit?
You like him?
He does the COPs and he asks for a lot. So you could say no.
All right, guys, let's do it. Now we're going to go over domain 1.3, explain the importance of change management processes and the impact to security. So again, kind of just more on the train of like information assurance, like cybersecurity isn't always just the ones and the zeros and how we implement technologies. Sometimes it's just our processes and our day-to-day activities and operations. So business process and security. So what we're saying here is that as a cybersecurity team, do we enable the company to make a profit, really? Do we help them with their quarterly statements? The answer is no. We're actually more of like a hindrance for a lot of companies where cybersecurity really isn't important, and then you get a data breach, and then all of a sudden it is important. Uber just did this. They had a big data breach, I guess it's like 2 years ago now, and then all of a sudden their job board was like nothing but cybersecurity. But prior to that, they didn't care. And why not? Because when you're looking at business operations, you're looking at your marketing, your sales, your operations, all these things that bring in money. Cybersecurity is not always that department. It actually just needs money. It always needs money to protect things, right? That things that are already working. So you look at things from a business perspective, like a CFO, a COO, they're like, why am I going to fucking harden this device? Really, they're going to say, why am I going to spend $500,000 to update and patch and all those things you say I need to do if there's only a slight possibility of being exploited? So sometimes they look at risk like that. So we're going to look at the impact our activities have on the business. And when you look at things from that lens, that's really how you like stand out from your peers when it comes to technology, right? Understanding you're in a business that makes money and that you enable that business to make the money kind of helps you, it kind of like lets you understand your place in the world too at a big corporation that's for profit. Okay, the approval process in security operations. So we want some sort of approval process. This comes down to our change management. And good change management has different levels and steps before it gets to like the big manager, like let's say an IT director or a CISO. Or if it's a major change, usually we have to bring multiple key stakeholders in if it could affect their system. So if I'm doing an update on an accounting server, who's going to be a key stakeholder there? Probably the accounting manager, whoever that boss of that department is. So an example here, before implementing a new firewall configuration, the IT team submits a proposal to the security committee, and it outlines the expected benefits and potential risks. I literally have to do this, and it fucking sucks, all the paperwork, but if I go make a change to the architecture, I have to put in all this paperwork and be like, here's what it's going to do, here's what we need it for. Sucks. Okay, understanding ownership in a security context. So you need to understand who owns what systems. A lot of times this is done in like our data asset inventories is what it's called. And we'll have, again, when I say we should and we have, this is like in the perfect world that CompTIA makes. We should have some sort of configuration management database or some sort of asset database where we understand, okay, this system, these systems belong to these departments, and here's the IT team that manages them, and here's a developer that made this application, and we need to understand that ownership so that if we need to go harden, patch, or we're doing vulnerability scans, we need to direct our results to the right people. So like in my day job, our cyber team does something called ACAS scans. You guys ever heard of that shit? Anyways, if you ever go work on a federal or DoD contract, it's pretty much just their scanner that they use to say, hey, here's all the vulnerabilities in our network, okay? And they give those reports to us or to the system admins if it's like a server. So they understand the ownership in our environment. Hey, this firewall has a vulnerability, that goes to the network team, right? All right, stakeholders, kind of already went over that. So in like a data breach scenario, let's say, have you guys ever heard of the company Okta? Okta. They're an identity provider and they're an authentication provider. So a lot of companies use Okta as that third-party service to do their centralized identification and their centralized authentication. So Okta, security company essentially. Well, they had a major data breach and they're a security company. Pretty bad, right? So when that happens to a company like that, they need to understand and have a business continuity plan, a communications plan, and they need to have it written who the key stakeholders are that may need to address the company or address the public. So we, as the cybersecurity folks that run the incident response, we need to have it laid out somewhere. Typically, this is in a communications plan. Like, oh, that third-party software got breached. We need to reach out to the vendor. We need to reach out to PR. We need to reach out to our CFO, CEO, and things like that. So we need to understand the key stakeholders in our operations. Okay, impact analysis. This also relies on having good data and having a good data asset inventory. And what we mean by that is, what's the impact of a data breach or an exploit on a system? If I have a legacy system that's in its own isolated VLAN, that has a firewall in front of it that's super hardened to prevent lateral movement, if that gets breached or exploited, maybe my impact isn't as big there. But let's say I have a front-facing e-commerce web server that has all my customer data, credit card transaction, user information, and that gets breached. That's a bigger impact, right? That's going to affect the company's reputation, financial loss, and a host of other things. So how do we conduct impact analysis? One, it starts with good data asset inventory. Understanding what assets are in your enterprise, what they do, and their exposure if they're breached. And sometimes this can be a quantitative or a qualitative analysis. Okay, testing. So good example of this is patching. So what happens on Tuesday to Microsoft systems, guys, every Tuesday? New patches come out, okay? It's called Patch Tuesday. So in an enterprise, if I'm running Microsoft, all my users use Microsoft Windows 11, whatever, and new patches come out Tuesday, and my users have a bunch of third-party applications and software they use, and they need that computer working day to day with all their unique third-party applications. Am I going to apply those patches right away? No, because it could break something, it could fuck something up, right? So we, as an organization, need to have some sort of system in place. A lot of times this policy comes from higher, based on your risk, like assessment, risk tolerance, that says, hey, when a new patch comes out, if we determine we need to apply it, we need some sort of sandbox testing environment to go apply that patch, see the results, and then put together a plan to push that to production, okay? Something I do in my day job as well. We have a SIL, it's called a Systems Integrations Lab. And if I do a simple update on my router, I do it in that SIL first, which is sandboxed off. I make sure all my network user traffic still works. And then I create paperwork to go put it in production, and then the tier 3s do it for me, like the lower level engineers. Not lower level, they're just whatever, different tiers. Okay, and then a backout plan or a rollback plan. They're just saying, okay, you're implementing a change. You need to understand that, yes, this may have worked in testing, but shit happens in production. Because really, it's really hard to mimic one-to-one a testing environment versus production environment in a global enterprise. Why is that? Because I could have a data center sitting here in Reno that's serving you guys and maybe some local customers you have. But your local customers may be different than the data center sitting in Qatar or Europe that may have different local customers getting into that data center. So how can I sandbox all those different data centers? You really can't. You pretty just much have a baseline of what a basic data center or site looks like, and that's what you test against. Okay, I did that. But let's say that customer in Europe gets affected and all the other data centers didn't. That's the point of having a rollback plan, because even if you test it properly in your sandbox environment, it's really hard to mimic one-to-one to production for all your global sites if you're in a global enterprise, okay? So you need a backup plan. You need a way to roll back to the functioning config or the functioning version of that system or device.
Would they ever have multiple sandboxes, or would that just cost too much money?
There you go. You hit it on the head, right? You're a business for profit. If I'm coming to you, right, you're the CEO, and you care about having that third fucking beach house, and I tell you I need $1 million to make a new sandbox, you're like, what's wrong with the one we have now? Make it work. So it just depends.
Yeah.
In the government, a little different, right? Because what do we care about more? Kind of like, we don't have a profit margin, right?
Yeah.
But doesn't the Pentagon fail every year, their audit? Like,
Yes.
we don't really give a fuck, right? We're just like, hey, we're going to do this fucking $2 billion project. The PMO office has it, execute, And it's kind of like if we need this, we need that, they divvy up the funds that are already allocated in that contract. So a little different in our field, right? Well, no, you guys are state. Is the state pretty cheap, I'm assuming?
Oh,
Yeah. So they have a budget, right? They'd probably tell you, no, you know, you don't need a secondary sandbox. All comes down to money, really. Okay, maintenance windows. So we call this in the DoD authorized service interruptions. Have you guys ever heard the term ASI? It's just saying, hey, we did our test, now we need to implement, but we can't just do it. We can't just say, hey, organization, enterprise, management, this shit worked on my sandbox, so I'm gonna do it right now. You need to put in a maintenance window or a service interruption, and then the whole organization gets warned about that. Hey, from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., systems are gonna be offline. Everywhere does this, websites do it. You've probably seen this in your life, just on the internet. That's a maintenance window. Very important part of the rollout of patches, updates, and tests and improvements and change management. Okay, standard operating procedure. These are detailed, written instructions to achieve uniformity. We have these, right? And they're always the same. There's no differences. Anyways, yeah, in the real world, right, we try our best to do some sort of SOP for our organizations. So just know for CompTIA, SOPs ensure consistent and efficient handling of security incidences. We're looking at this from cybersecurity perspective. So for cybersecurity, we need an SOP for what? Account audits, permission management, access control, incident response. We need SOPs. So just documentation, essentially. All right, sweet. Let's do our quiz. All right, sweet guys. Y'all get 100? Let's go. All right. We'll finish up this slide, and then we'll probably take lunch, okay? Let's do like an hour, 15-minute lunch. Does it get pretty busy around here? Does a lot of people go to lunch around this time?
You'll be able to find
Okay.
some places, and everywhere is pretty close around here. So.
All right, cool. Where I work, if you go to lunch at 12, everywhere is fucking just packed. That's Fort Bragg. It's like a smaller city. All right, let's finish up domain 1.3. So now we're going to go over the technical implications. Okay, so understanding technical implications in security. All we're saying here is okay, you want to make a change. Whatever that change is, you want to harden a device. Well, technically, how are we going to get there? How are we actually going to harden that Linux web server? So let's go over this. All right, allow list and deny list. So allow list, sometimes called whitelist. This could be just for network traffic. This could be for applications you install on a system. This is explicitly permitting something. So a whitelist kind of works like this. You have a deny at the end, a deny any at the end. And if you want software to be installed on your enterprise, you have to go and permit that software one by one, okay? So you deny everything, then you have to approve software one by one. A blacklist is the opposite. There's an implicit permit, like hey, everything's allowed, and then you have to go deny one by one. So which one is more secure? The allow list, because it's denying everything. So you won't be able to download shit unless you get it approved by IT or management or whoever. With the blacklist, you can download anything you want, and it's up to the team, IT security team, to start blacklisting things, saying, no, deny this. We know that this is bad, deny this. But then everything else is wide open, okay? So those are allow list and deny list. Okay, restricted activities. So what we're saying here is like, hey, there's certain things that we can do as admins, like updates, patches, for example, software installations, accessing certain websites that we want to restrict on the enterprise. So like on Nipper, I can't get on like gambling websites, right? That's a restricted activity. Even like our commercial net, like regular internet, a lot of times we'll have this. Like certain sites you just can't get to. It used to be like on Nipper we couldn't get to Facebook or YouTube. Now we can, but okay, downtime. So understanding downtime. So this is just saying, hey, we understand that there is going to be downtime in our operations. If we put in a maintenance window that we say we need 2 hours to update this server, okay, we need those 2 hours. If it goes beyond that, we call that downtime. Like, hey, this system was down for longer than we thought. Okay, service restart. So when we're doing like troubleshooting, active troubleshooting, sometimes a step is a restart. We all know this, right? Like at our computers, like, hey, restart it. Well, it's not so easy when you're troubleshooting a server that's, delivering an application to your users or your customers. The fix may be to restart a certain service on that server, and that'll fix whatever is wrong, but we need to understand how that affects the rest of, that system. If we restart a certain service, does it take that system down? Okay, application restart. So sometimes we need to do regular application restarts. Just understand when you restart that application, it's going to do what? It's going to take it offline. All right, legacy applications. So we talked about this a lot. So what's the problem with having a legacy server in our enterprise, guys? You remember what I said?
Doesn't get constant updates anymore.
Yeah.
Stuff for it.
Yeah, that's right. The vendor's like, we're not helping you no more. There's going to be no more updates if there's an exploit on there, okay? So what's the challenge is sometimes we have legacy systems we can't update for whatever reason. We just can't update it, so it just has to be there, and it's exploitable and it's vulnerable. So the technical impact of that is, hey, we have a device when we're doing like our data asset inventories, our risk management, that we have to tell, the stakeholders, hey, this device can be exploited. And there's really nothing we can do because we can't update it. But we can put in compensating controls, but that's not always like a fix, right? Okay, dependencies. So let's go through this. So what's a dependency on a system? So let's say I have a third-party library, a third-party software I'm using on a Windows device. I'm going to need those DLLs, those dependent link libraries, to actually, run that third-party software that I may need. So now I'm dependent on that third-party vendor to give me updates, to give me patches. So from a security context, as a cybersecurity engineer, I need to have what? I need to have some POC, some sort of touch point with that vendor to make sure that they're giving me updates, which can be kind of scary because if it's like a small company, maybe their communication isn't as good, maybe they don't have a big team. So we just need to understand all the dependencies we may have in our environment and our system. And it usually starts with those third-party libraries, third-party software. In development, if I'm developing a web application, there's going to be a lot of third-party libraries and frameworks I bring in. Like let's say I'm coding with like Node.js. That's the back-end logical code I'm going to use. I may need to bring in some third-party libraries that could potentially not be as secure. So as a security operator, cybersecurity analyst, we need to be part of that development lifecycle to understand everything that's going into that code. All right, documentation. You guys know it's important, right? Okay, move on. What about diagrams? Are diagrams important? right? That's actually when I like would consult or like help a network out. Like I consulted with this automotive company in Raleigh, and this IT director got treated like shit from his management, but he didn't have good diagrams, right? So it was like he had to go set up a network down in Miami when they were based out of North Carolina. So he didn't really know how to mimic exactly what they had there. And anyways, I'm going on a tangent. He had no fucking diagrams, right? So it was hard to help him consult because it's like I have to reverse engineer how his network looks. So we got to make sure that these keep current. Okay, how to update diagrams effectively? Pretty much, you make it routine. If there's a change, we make this part of our change management. So if we're making a big architecture change, part of that paperwork is saying, hey, we'll go back and change our documentation because we have to give that documentation to our customer, which in the government, that's like your GS employee, right? Or the green suiters if you're working for like green suiters directly, that colonel, major, whatever, right? So part of our test plan is, yes, we're going to do all this back-end paperwork to make sure we have, what's that term? They have a term for it. Reciprocity or something like that. I don't know. It just pretty much says, hey, if you're going to make architecture change, diagrams is part of that change as well. Okay, maintaining current policies and procedures. This is just saying as a cybersecurity analyst, it's your job to be clued in, do some OSINT, have threat feeds, and to know what cyber threats are out there, especially for your industry. So there's things like called ISACs. It's like something, it's an open source community that's industry specific. So you should subscribe to these like vendors and these webinars and these threat feeds that are specific to your industry. Okay, methodology for policy/procedure updates. So it involves stakeholders, okay? Pretty much you as a cybersecurity professional, whether you're the IT director, the chief information security officer, the chief technology officer, you always need input from others. Because if I'm going to create a policy that's going to harden our enterprise or, take a service away because we think it's vulnerable, it leaves us vulnerable, it increases our attack surface, I need to run that through my boss and my management, okay? So the methodology really is just involve people. Even our cyber guys where I work, they always tell us like, oh, we just advise, we don't implement, we just advise. What they really mean is they look at these frameworks, they get policy from their information security managers, they tell our site lead, and the site lead says, yes, we'll do that, or no, we won't do that cybersecurity thing. Okay, version control. So everywhere does this. Like even if I look at my MacBook here, you can see, well, that's really small, I can't zoom in. But you can see there's my version right here. So everywhere, whether it's a network, it's a system, you have some sort of version control that you can always reference. So when a major revision comes out, you should have some sort of white paper or documentation that says, hey, this major version, we fixed this. Then you'll have minor revisions. And we can say, oh, we fixed these bugs or these patches, okay? All right, best practices. This is just saying that when you make a minor or major change, just document it. That's all it's saying. Document it, make a white paper, make a README. All right, awesome. That's domain 1.3. Let's do our last quiz. It's domain 1.3.2, and then we'll go to lunch, okay? All right, guys, what time we got? Lunch come back at 12:30, and then we'll finish up for the day. We only have one, like, domain 1.4 to go over, so when you come back, maybe like another hour and a half, we'll be done. No. Just kidding.
I was just wondering, since we have like 1 through 6 on here, we can do like week like 2.
Don't worry about the format on the LMS.
Okay.
That's because I sell it self-paced.
Okay.
Yeah. But like all my in-person courses are always different. So I was like, I'm gonna make this for like someone buying it online.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I get done our Binks, then the second half of the day will only be about a half hour for me.
You like living in Vegas? I like Vegas.
I do. I moved there in 2023.
Nice.
So,
You like
yeah,
the hot?
actually, yeah, this week would be the third year.
You like the hot desert?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love everything about that climate.
Compared to where you were.
Yeah, I was in Rochester, New York.
Holy shit, yeah.
I was out there at Harrison, Rochester.
I was born and raised in Phoenix. So I like
Oh
the
shit!
desert.
So
Yeah.
It's just the best.
I've only been to Vegas just for like partying, you know? Yeah.
We grew up there,
Yeah.
Oh yeah?
and yeah, that was.
You don't want. How is it growing up there? Is it fun or is everything
Everyone
just
thinks
so
you're always-
tourist?
Yeah, it's a lot different than what you think.
Yeah.
Once you're not like down there on the strip,
It's like the suburbs,
it's
right?
like a normal place.
It's just
Yeah.
a normal place, yeah.
Mm.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you can take. There's a couple streets you can take down to like. You drive, be in a pretty nice area, and then drive like 20 minutes down a street, and then be in
It's
a
looking rough.
pretty
Yeah.
not great
Yeah,
safe
honestly.
area.
That's every city.
Yeah.
Is it super Mexican there?
It depends.
Whoa.
It depends.
I'm Mexican. It's okay, I can say it.
It
Good amount of
depends.
Mexican.
It depends what side of town you're on.
The side I live, there's a lot of like Hawaiians and Samoans.
That's what I heard. Yeah, like Filipino,
It's
Hawaiian.
Ninth Island. Yeah, they
Yeah,
call
yeah.
it Ninth
The Ninth Island. Yep, that's what it said.
That's why I play football, because
They're huge.
dude, they're fucking gigantic. And I wasn't that fast, and so I'm stuck playing line. I thought I was good, played on their team.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess football wasn't for me.
Yeah, I always need something with weight classes. I'm small.
Yeah.
So I wrestled in high school.
I'm gonna run. Grab anything. Anybody want to go to Maverick? I'm good. I got food. Well, fuck you then. Actually, you know what? I'll get some water. I'll go with you.
Yeah.
Take the old Mazda CX something. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Some of my friend has. They drive pretty nice.
Yeah.
New backpacks will be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I get something to take home with me. All right.
You guys getting one? You are?
Oh,
He's the middle school.
yeah, you know, so when he was there, right?
Mine's
That's
really,
not like
mine's
fucking
really,
Target special right there.
Weapons
That's the
course.
best I got.
yeah, my backpack's
When
like,
he was at
like I'm on this
Said
Weapons course?
Yeah, it's
one has the
they
strap
teach you
ripping on this
all the
side.
weapons and stuff.
Both the pockets
Like
are completely
Russians, all
just
that.
I didn't do
blown
that.
out, and then the bottom
What?
is like cracking.
That
out.
class, that school that they
Yeah,
had,
like I see everybody's like, you got
But
like,
him-
three hairs, jacket.
the guy that ran it, my good friend.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's why when you say you came from over there, I'm like, oh, okay.
Bad boy jacket.
I was just a commo guy, you know.
No, that's all right. You know, you probably heard the name 1 or 2 times. I had to deal with him somewhere.
Maybe, yeah.
Me and Sam were the only ones.
It's good
that
times, man. Good times. When I went, I tell everybody when I went, it was old, good old school time.
Yeah.
Now, these young bucks, you telling them, hey, look, man,
Fucking desk.
you got it, you're smart and
Well, it
everything,
makes
but
sense
you know,
to
there's
set
other
your
parts
last
to
name.
this thing too.
Oh.
What do you mean?
But those
Used to be
fucking nice.
terrified, man. My last run in
Oh, I wish I could
recruiting,
get some
I was like, look up at my station commander, I said, I wish y'all
Yes.
luck. He's like, what
That's
you mean,
the
you help?
answer to that
You know, you're the
question.
top recruiter out here.
There's
I'm
a
like,
couple.
yeah, I'm a top
There's-
recruiter. I'm just telling
So-
y'all right now. Y'all
The thing
in
about
for
it is like. so
Where
like
did you
David-
recruit out of?
David's been taking care
recruit
of.
twice out of Vegas.
Like
Vegas?
Florida and St. Mary's.
When I came back the second time,
David Valdez.
Yeah.
everybody looked at me like.
But
I was
from
a
what I
snitch,
understand,
bro.
like,
Like, yo,
pit
you
leads,
gotta be CIA.
there's like
Yeah,
four-
yeah,
And I'm like this. I'm like, what are you talking about? They're
And I
like,
guess they
"Nah,
get
you
put
gotta
in
be
charge of
CID. I'm like, what do you
different
mean? They're like,
programs.
I ain't
But
never
that's
seen
it.
nobody get away from recruiting. I came back.
I
You
just-
send me
oh,
there, Romeo? I'm like, no. They're like,
Yeah, that's the official MOS, right?
But
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
also
yeah. I was like, no.
soft world.
Oh, you are?
I did
Yeah.
very well in it, but I
So-
didn't want to stay
So,
around.
okay.
It's
Oh, yeah?
just imagine every day you get up, man. And you're
We
terrified.
used to
You
be
don't know
soft world.
if
Yeah.
some little
I was a
dirtbag off the street is gonna let you lose
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah,
And I'm
yeah.
like,
Oh yeah.
dudes had sleepless nights, bro.
Yeah.
Dude,
I heard it was dope.
sleepless nights. I was like, I don't think I could do this permanent.
Hmm.
I can't.
You know, I did
What,
9 years
contracting or-
staff sergeant when I got out.
I wish-
Never, I didn't do none of
Oh.
that shit.
I just,
Yeah, yeah.
I don't have any type of,
I just did it.
it's like, it's either I'm working.
You're kind of supposed to, right? If you stay in 20 years,
Yeah.
something like that.
something
have
like that. They
PTO
always want you to
or
do
anything like
something
along those
outside
lines.
of your MOS.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
For at
benefits are
least
definitely
just
nice.
one
That was
time.
Yeah.
one of the things I was like,
You know,
yeah.
and I was like, all right, cool. I'll do
Yes, hire
recruiting.
dishonest contractors.
Came back, checked my
Software
MOS.
doesn't hold the
Went back to it again. They're like,
construction out here in Nevada.
I swear, dude, this one saw major.
So they were like, hey, either we
She
gotta
was
fire all
livid,
you
yo. Every
guys,
time she see me, she's like,
get out,
I still don't understand.
Yeah.
I'm like, Sergeant Major, I don't know what to tell you.
No, hey.
She's like, how did you come
Yeah.
back?
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know. I fill out paperwork.
No.
What'd you do in 160?
I flew drones.
So you were in the UAS
Yeah.
in their company?
Yeah.
You know a guy named Justin Flagg?
I do.
It's my boy.
That's my boy too.
No shit?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit him up.
Ask him if he knows Hayden Schaefer.
Yeah.
He'll say yes. for
He
sure.
works on the same contract as me. He was in the same company, Sigma Defense, and now he just moved
Any
Yeah.
to another company,
like
but
a
doing the
lunch.
same shit pretty much.
Yeah,
He's pretty smart.
What do you want?
Good food.
Good food.
Yeah, he was building
I don't care.
Mexican, Chinese.
I'll go
pretty
for
much just
anything.
like D-Tech kids.
Is there a good
You
pho
like
place
the
around here by any
retrans,
chance for
multicast
dinner?
back to the UVID.
For dinner, there is a good.
Where are you
focus
staying
down
at?
there.
I'm staying right
He's
over
asking.
there,
He's
the
asking
Home
some good
Sweets.
food to eat right now, and if there's a good pho place, which there is a good pho place, but for lunch right now, there's a bunch of places you could go. There's like, there's a good Hawaiian spot. There's a good Mexican spot, pretty close.
Where's the faux place?
The pho place?
Yeah.
Where
would you? I don't eat pho. Ramen.
Oh, there's a yeah, there's a.
So
really-
it's Wednesday?
It's it's called.
You motherfucker.
I don't pho.
I don't boo.
Haru Ramen.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
place is fire.
That place is really good.
Like a good banh
Yeah, you could go to Haru Ramen, but if you want like good food,
Oh God.
You just gotta walk
Help
into
me,
a
Lord.
yeah. There's a place called
What's your name again?
this place
Johnny?
called
Johnny?
Sup that's really
Chris.
good. It's like
Nice to meet you,
Christopher
man.
Clark.
Yeah.
Clark with an E.
I'll remember.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Everybody
yeah.
call me Chris
What's
Clark.
it called?
Sup SUP.
I'm doing this, and I'm in class for cybersecurity.
Oh, that's good.
Classes start. I'm terrified, bro.
Like college?
Yeah.
2.6.
But I have my bachelor's, man.
Sound about right?
But the thing about it is, looking for a job. is just
Spelled
a
all
degree.
funny with the two dots above.
Yeah,
the
yeah, I was like.
You
I
like
wish-
I think it's
inexperienced.
pronounced
I
soup, but
wish
it's not.
when I
They're trying
was
to be all hipster, so
Of
doing
course.
but it's
transition,
good.
there was something in there for somebody to
They don't
speak
have
to
to.
us.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean on the way
Even
out,
at
there's
our 6-month mark or even a year mark, once your paper is approved, you have this thing that you go
Well, I
out and
appreciate
everybody
it.
give you the warning.
See you
guys
Hey
out there.
man,
Yeah.
got it, you have a degree or you don't have a degree, certification is where it is.
Yeah.
I'm learning the hard lesson after 3 years of being a
Well, the DoD, right? They have something called 8570 compliance.
yeah.
Now it's called 8140. But
Yeah.
yeah, you need a cert to even get past the human resources.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's that one, yes, but also like if you come back out and you do like because Vegas is big in hospitality,
Hmm.
so there's a lot of like you can make a lot of money.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Make a lot of money. But keep working on these things that I need to get here.
Yeah, tech. Yeah, you can make a lot of money in tech.
Harvard case packet announcement on Canvas for linked purchase. What? Oh. Alright, so I guess I need to go get course intro overview. Okay, so come back in here again. What the fuck? This motherfucker. Alright, required course material. Teaching
Not eating, Jordy?
slides.
I have food in the fridge.
You're on diet.
Let's see.
I'm just too lazy to go heat it up at the moment.
Okay. So this is you waited for the last fucking minute.
So you live in Fayetteville?
Mm-hmm.
How long you lived out there?
Vietnam.
Fuck, since 2015.
God damn.
I moved back to Arizona for a little bit when I got out, but then it just didn't work out. There's no money out there for me.
My buddy's trying to talk me into moving to Fayetteville to go work on Bragg, building fucking small UAVs.
Good money?
Yeah.
It's not horrible. I mean, like, I live in Hope Mills, technically.
Hope Mills.
It's nice. Like, my neighborhood's nice, you know? Like, Halloween's awesome, good family-friendly neighborhood. I don't know if you have kids, but
I do not.
for a single guy, are you single, married?
Yeah, single.
I mean, you could live, like me and my wife talked about this, near Raleigh, and it takes like an hour to get to Post. But it's not too bad, man. Shit, if I was single, I would chase money.
I know, I low-key wanna get back into overseas contracting, but
Yeah.
I say that until I'm fucking back overseas. Like during
Then you're
COVID,
fucking annoyed.
I
Yeah.
got stuck at JBAD for 6 months during COVID. They were like, oh yeah, we don't know when you're leaving.
Yeah,
Supposed to go out
fuck.
there for 45 days.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After that, I was like, fuck, I don't know if I wanna do this shit anymore. Spend
Mhm.
too much time in those fucking shitholes.
Yep.
And then, yeah, and then my buddy Tyler called me and he was like, hey, you wanna be a radio guy? I'm like, I don't really know shit about radios other than how to use them.
Mm.
He's like, it's alright, they'll teach you.
And they taught you?
And they taught me. Now I'm the lead field engineer for this project.
There you go. So you weren't. What was your MOS then?
15 whiskey.
Is that the actual UAS drone operator
I
MOS?
think they changed it in like the last couple of years. But
Okay.
That's what it was.
Yeah. You guys, because you guys used to go to Huachuca, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, our unit was based in Huachuca for like the first year that I was in the regiment, and then we moved back to Campbell.
Okay. What was your first unit? 160th?
Mhm.
Oh, I didn't know they. But you still had to do like their selection and shit like that, right?
Mhm.
So did you choose that out of AIT? You're like, I want to go try to assess, or was it like?
Yeah, I tried to go Ranger, and they were like, hey, by the way, you can't fly any drones in the Ranger battalion that'll shoot
Yeah.
And-
Was that the MQ1 or something like that? Yeah.
Charlie.
Mhm.
And do that and go to the 160th. And I was like, sure, that sounds fun. So I put it in my packet and had all the fucking test scores and shit you needed. And then
Mhm.
the selection honestly wasn't like, at the time it sucked.
It was like 4 weeks Green Platoon or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucked at the time, but afterwards it's pretty fun. I actually got to go back and be an instructor for like a year at the end of my contract.
That's cool.
Shooting instructor, yeah, it was fun.
You guys are pretty siloed from the UAS platoon or company from everything else in 160th. You guys like do your own thing, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we were very. I mean, fuck, the regiment hated us for the longest time because we were getting so much attention. Like I think it was 15, 16 or 16, 17. We were like the most lethal unit in Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
And we were getting all this praise from all the fucking JSOC commanders and all the higher ups, and all of our commanders that were helicopter dudes were like, what the fuck?
Fuck you guys, yeah.
Like, sorry, you guys are doing fucking PAX transports.
Yeah.
Like, out here fucking removing terrorists from the battlefield. But it was a good time. Everything just got so woke.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I got to a point where like, even in the special ops community, like, couldn't smoke your soldiers, all that cool fun shit.
The fun stuff, yeah.
Like, oh no, all you could do is fucking counsel them now. Fuck, nobody learns
See,
from that.
in JCU, to go there, you have to be like an NCO. So there really wasn't like that kind of vibe there. Like, you know, you didn't have to smoke anyone.
Yeah.
You just fire them. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Alright, now we're some security first. Dude, how am I finding
Yeah, I originally tried to get on with Harris as a fucking SATCOM guy. And they were like, we don't want drone pilots. You guys don't know anything about SATCOM. And I'm like, I'm the guy that usually helps your guys' SATCOM techs figure out how to get things back to
Yeah.
fucking aircraft, so.
If you can't say it's okay, but do you, what? So the guys I work with, they're called LEAP. You ever heard of that?
Yeah.
Like you couldn't do that? Is that like different? Is there like different drone operator levels, I guess? Like, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
There's like, I mean, especially when you go like Army to Air Force, like the Air Force are actual rated pilots. In
Right.
the Army, we are drone pilots, but you still don't even have like your 107. So there's a lot less you can do when you get out.
Gotcha.
Because if you go to like a GoCo site that's flying drones, like SNC, they
Yeah.
do a lot of shit, and I worked for them too.
Mm-hmm.
But their pilots were, or their drone pilots were like legitimate fucking.
They're officers and shit too, right? Yeah.
Well, ours was all contractors, but.
Oh, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that's what they call the guys that fly the drones. We're at LEAP.
Yeah.
They go into a little building, and all the fuck they do. It's like,
Of course.
Yeah, those flippers are cool. You do a lot of shit. There's like so many YouTube videos out there too. I don't know how the fuck it's legal, to be honest, because
The guy who made the like petition to make it illegal, he got flippered.
yeah, look at this thing. It's cool.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts.
Flipper 0, kickstart manual. Oh yeah, garage door. Shit, that's great.
Office card. It's so funny they advertise that. Like, yeah, you can just clone your badge.
Be good for me to have when I don't have my badge, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you're
Well,
good.
I have one actually.
Oh, so it would scan like it's your badge?
Yeah.
So it would have your
So you could badge in with using that.
it would have your credentials.
Yeah.
Coming up on the access control.
Yeah. Because it's literally, when it says RFID, it's literally just a frequency. Now, there's like ways against that where cloning the frequency isn't enough. There's like some encryption they use, but
Alright, so this is the Trip Academy flipper course.
that'd be fun. That'd be a fun course.
You know, I wonder, because like you said, it copies everything, because there is some encryption that Harris uses on
Yeah,
their
it's
badges.
old. It's like
Yeah.
older shit is when it really works.
Yeah.
Like those parking garages, like I was saying, because they don't, they just goes the lowest fucking bidder. This too, if you guys ever want to hack like Wi-Fi, there's a lot of good courses on like how to use this thing, and it's specific to just like getting into Wi-Fi. It's pretty cool.
You've done that?
No, my job's a network engineer, so I'm like enterprise networking. From the community I came from, I've seen people use these, and I know about it, and I've had to learn about them, but I've never like personally been into it. If I had time, I would, but I got other stuff I got to train myself on.
So password security Wi-Fi, I think is bypassing.
Nah, so like there's three levels of Wi-Fi security: WPA, WPA2, and WPA3. That can help you crack WPA.
Okay.
WPA2 it can sometimes if it's like an older version of it, and then WPA3 is protected. You can't really hack that. Actually, I think next domain we go over that, so we'll learn about it. Okay, y'all ready? All right, let's do it. Hopefully you're not too sleepy after lunch. So we're gonna finishing up domain 1. Domain 1.4 is all about encryption and PKI. It's kind of like, it's pretty heavy too. So first we're gonna go over encryption algorithms. That's kind of our base, our fundamentals of we're going over PKI and cryptographic protocols and technologies. And then we're gonna go over, after encryption algorithms, we'll go over different ways you encrypt, like at the volume level, the file level, the full disk encryption, data in transit. We'll go over PKI, the public key infrastructure. That is pretty much what you use every single day, you don't even know it. When you go to HTTPS, google.com, or google.com, you're using PKI. Your web browser and that web server you're accessing is using the public key infrastructure. So we'll break that down, how it works, and you'll finally learn how the internet secures your connections. And then we'll be done for the day. Okay, so here's all the objectives we're gonna go over. Right now we're gonna go over encryption, and what is it? At a high level, all encryption does is it takes plain text, human readable data, into ciphertext, non-readable, okay? It just provides you that protection. So if somebody is doing like a man-in-the-middle attack and looking at your data, if it's encrypted, they can't read it. There's nothing there for them to read. Encryption is two pieces. It's your encryption algorithm, which is a bunch of math we don't need to learn, right? We're not doing a PhD in computer science and learning all these algorithms that actually do the encryption, but it's an algorithm and it's a key. Those are the two main components. Imagine that door is your encryption algorithm. I need a key to do what? Lock it and unlock it. So the key in encryption encrypts and decrypts. So if I'm sending a packet that's encrypted to, what's your name again? Daniel. If I encrypt it, I use an encryption algorithm. Let's say it's AES, Advanced Encryption Standard. So I have that algorithm that's going to encrypt my data, right? Chain it from plain text into ciphertext. I need that key to encrypt it. And if I send that data over to him, what does he need to decrypt it? That same key. So I'm going to toss it over to him, okay? We're going to get into this. So that's the two main components of encryption, the algorithm and the key. You understand that? We're off to a good start. So why do we use it? Just real quickly, guys, for confidentiality, for authentication, we'll learn about that. We use asymmetric encryption in digital signatures, which I told you gives you what? Non-repudiation, where you can verify that it is me who sent it to Sam over here, my email. And then compliance. So like HIPAA, the sector you're in may say you need encryption levels at this bit key length and strength and these type of cipher suites to be in compliance, okay? Alrighty. Y'all ready? Shake it off, okay? Because encryption is one of those things that it's kind of hard to understand at first. So there's two major types of encryption, symmetric and asymmetric encryption. So symmetric encryption is the simplest one. Symmetric encryption uses a single key to encrypt and decrypt. The example I just showed you, where I sent Daniel a message, I encrypted it with my key, I had to toss that key over to him. That's symmetric encryption. We use symmetric encryption for bulk data encryption. So if Daniel's hosting a web server, who plays video games here? How big are video games now? Like 80 gigs sometimes, even more? 60 gigs? 100? Yeah, it gets crazy, right? Can't put that on a disk and go sell it at GameStop anymore like when we were kids. So if I need to encrypt that session between me and this game I'm trying to download from Daniel's web server, I'm using symmetric encryption for that bulk data. 100 gigs across the internet, I'm going to use symmetric encryption to encrypt that. Your computers, they probably have 500 gigs or a terabyte of data, correct? Or storage, I should say, like a terabyte hard drive. And I need to do full disk encryption. I'm going to use a symmetric encryption algorithm to do that, okay? Make sense, guys? So for bulk, for a lot of things, if you want to encrypt a lot of shit, you use symmetric encryption. Here's some example algorithms, AES and DES. AES is like the most secure one we use now, very common. There's other ones we'll talk about like Cha-Cha 20, Salsa 20. Yes, those are actual names for encryption.
So what's the average size for asymmetric? Like a gig or less or something?
We'll get into that.
Okay.
Because asymmetric encryption really doesn't encrypt stuff for us. It gets us to something called secure key exchange to do symmetric encryption. We'll get into it. Good question, though. All right, so here's how symmetric encryption works. It's pretty easy. So I'm Amanda. I need to send a message to Steven. There it is in plain text. So I'm going to use a symmetric. So I'm going to generate my key. So when I'm using AES, an encryption algorithm, I generate a key. Okay, it's called my shared key or my secret key. It's generated along with the algorithm, okay? I'm going to use that key to encrypt. So I'm going to use that key to say, hey, use AES to encrypt this message. Now you see it's non-readable anymore. So if Amanda's in Phoenix and she's sending it to Steven over in New York, and if someone intercepts that, what are they going to see? Nothing. They're just going to see those hashtags. Okay, so I sent it over to Steven. It's still encrypted. What does Steven need to decrypt this message? Amanda's key, right? Because Amanda is the one that encrypted it, so she generated that key. Now, we're using people here in this scenario, but it's like your computer. It's your email program that encrypts a message, But whoever sent it using symmetric encryption, they generate a key along with it. You need that key as the receiver. So Steven needs to get Amanda's key to decrypt that message, and then now he can see. Okay, so let's talk this through. If there's two key components to encryption for it to work, the algorithm and the key. And when I use an algorithm, I generate a key, and only that key can encrypt and decrypt. What's the problem here, guys? Can anyone guess?
Like limited copies of that key?
Well, you can't copy it, right? There's only one.
Yeah.
And I encrypted it, I'm Amanda, and Steven needs to decrypt. How do I get that key to Steven? You see the problem? If I'm in Arizona, Steven's in New York, and he needs the key to encrypt it, how do I send that to him securely? If I send it in an email, what could happen? And you get intercepted, right? So you see the problem here? How do we exchange the keys with each other using symmetric encryption securely so that a man in the middle doesn't take that key? And then now he or she can decrypt your messages. Does that make sense? Because imagine, these are two computers that may be geographically dispersed. One could be in Europe, one could be in America. And that key, I know it's going to sound crazy, is the key for all this to work, right? So we have a problem here. And that is the secure key exchange. How do we exchange this key securely where it can't be intercepted and then used against us, okay? So what's our solution? Asymmetric encryption. Asymmetric encryption is going to allow us to do secure key exchange. Y'all with me still? Okay. This one's a little bit more confusing to understand. I'm going to try to break it down as best I can. So asymmetric encryption algorithms allow us to do secure key exchange so that then we can use a secret key for symmetric encryption, okay? We're going to get there. First, let's just break down how asymmetric cryptography encryption works. All right, so check it out here. We got the same scenario. We have the sender, we have the receiver. So we have Amanda and Steven. Amanda wants to send, and we're using asymmetric, it's different now. Amanda wants to send a message to Steven, and she wants to encrypt it using an asymmetric encryption algorithm. So both of you are going to generate what's called a public-private key pair. So here's the main difference, okay? Let's not look at the slide, just look at me for now, or just let your mind go blank, okay? With asymmetric encryption, you use something called key pairs. One key is public, one key is private. And it's exactly what it says. So when I generate these key pairs using an asymmetric encryption algorithm, one stays private with me, and the public one, guess what that is for? Everyone else. It's for the public. It's for the streets, you know? Everyone can use that key. All right. Those two keys are mathematically related. So this is the important thing here. I'm using asymmetric cryptography. I generate my key pairs. One is designated as public, one is designated as private. If I encrypt with the public key, what do you think is the only thing that can decrypt it? The private key. They're mathematically related to each other. If I encrypt with the private key, what's the only thing that can decrypt? The public key, right? Stay with me now. They're mathematically related. So if one does something, the other undoes it. So if I encrypt with the public key, what's the only thing that can decrypt? The private key. And vice versa. They're mathematically related to each other, okay? So if Steven encrypts with his private key, sends that message to Amanda, she's going to use his what to decrypt? His public. It's as simple as that. They're mathematically related. If I encrypt with my public, I decrypt with my private. Is anyone confused on that?
Yeah, I actually have a question. I don't know if I'm not understanding it right, but if you encrypt with the private, let's say, but the public is for everybody, couldn't just like somebody else decrypt it?
Yeah, you're exactly right. And that's how digital signatures work. Because that didn't protect us, did it? But what could it verify? Say it again. Say what you just said. If I encrypt with my private,
then you can decrypt with the public.
Right. That's the only thing that can decrypt it, right?
Yeah.
So if I'm Amanda, and I send you a message encrypted with my private key, and then you decrypt it with my public key, what did you just verify? That message was from who?
Amanda.
That's how digital signatures work, right? Now we're going to get into protection though, right? That was just verifying integrity. We're going to get into confidentiality, okay?
Oh, and I also have another question about that. So when both of those key pairs are made, they're exact copied pairs?
No.
Like so just the one pair is separate, but they can decrypt and encrypt between each other?
Well, ask it again, because like Amanda creates her keys, they're mathematically related to each other, but it's not like they're the same as Steven's.
Yeah, okay. It's
Yeah.
just like somebody else can use her public to decrypt.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. So we'll get into that, right? So what you just described, you got ahead of us, was digital signatures and how we can use asymmetric encryption for integrity and non-repudiation. Now we're going to go over how asymmetric encryption works for protecting it, because we want to turn this plain text into ciphertext, okay? Now before I move on, guys, let me show you something. This kind of helps a little bit sometimes when I show this. You guys know what command prompt is? Okay. Hold on. One sec. I gotta remember this. I'm gonna show you guys what public and private keys look like. It's like SSH key gen. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so check it out. I'm going to use an asymmetric encryption algorithm called ED25519 to generate a public and private key, okay? Do you see this right here? This is where it's going to get stored. So in Windows machines, you have the C drive, right? C drive, then your username, then desktop and documents, right? You'll follow me there, okay? This is just showing the path on my MacBook. So under my MacBook C drive, it's not called that, users, my username, and this folder, I'm going to save this file here, okay? Yes, let's overwrite them. We don't need a passphrase. Okay. So I just generated a private and public key pair. I'll go show you them now, okay? So we'll go to users, John Bannon. The CD means change directory. So I'm going to go to that folder just on this command line. Okay. So check it out. You see this file right here in this file? See the one that's .pub? That's the public key that I can share with everyone. Let's take a look at what it looks like. So it's just this long string. That's my encryption key, the public encryption key. So if I use this bad boy to encrypt, what's the only thing that can decrypt? This one right there. So this private key, guys, it does not leave my computer, okay? It doesn't go anywhere. You see this? Literally says private key. This doesn't go anywhere. It's supposed to stay right here, because if someone gets this, you're fucked pretty much, right? They can decrypt your traffic at all times. All right, let's head back. Well, look, I don't use that key. But so here we go, right? So back to our original scenario. Amanda wants to send Steven an encrypted message. So just like he said, if I use my private key to encrypt this, then anybody in the world can decrypt the message. They need my public key, which guess what they have? My public key, because it's public. Yeah. Here's how we do it. What we're going to do is we're going to grab Steven's public key. So I'm the sender. I'm going to grab the receivers. So I'll use Sam again. I'm Johnny. Here's Sam. Sam, I want to send you an encrypted message. We're using asymmetric encryption. I'm going to grab your public key, and I'm going to encrypt. I'm going to send the message over to him. He's going to receive that message. He's going to see an encrypted message that was encrypted using his public key. So what's the only thing that can decrypt it? His private. That's exactly how it works. Do you guys see how that's secure now? Yeah. Because anyone can intercept that message. I used his public key to encrypt it. So if Daniel intercepts it, Daniel, do you have his private key? You shouldn't, right? So can you decrypt it? No. That's how asymmetric encryption protects.
Okay, so it's just best practice to always encrypt with the public then. I mean,
The receiver's public.
Yeah, so I mean, you could do it the other way, but it wouldn't be smart.
Well, it wouldn't give you confidentiality because someone could decrypt it.
Yeah.
But it would prove that the sender is who they say they are.
Yeah.
Right? So what he's saying, right, if Amanda encrypted with her private key, it's not secure. But when Steven got it and he decrypted it with her public key and it worked, it's like, oh yeah, that was Amanda who sent it. Because remember, if her public key is decrypting something, then what encrypted it? Her private. Right? They're mathematically related. If one encrypts, the other decrypts. If you can get that, then you're pretty good. All right. Seems pretty nice, right? Why don't we use this for everything? Because it's inefficient and it uses a lot of computational resources. Okay? So you couldn't do bulk data encryption with it. So for the internet, if I want to protect the internet and I want to go to Daniel's web server, Sam's web server, and I need to download 100 gigs, this won't work. It will be too resource intensive on the actual systems themselves. It won't work. Okay? So what do we use for bulk data encryption? Symmetric. And that'll be on that's good to know for the exam, okay? Symmetric encryption is for bulk data. All right, so here's our scenario. If I want to protect the internet, I need to combine those two, okay? I need to use asymmetric encryption to get a shared secret key to do symmetric encryption. And some geniuses back in the 80s figured this out mathematically, okay? We're talking at a high level. We're not going to get into the math behind this shit, all right? So here's how this works, guys. Do you guys know what TLS is if I say that to you? TLS? transport layer security. If I say HTTPS, you know what that is, right? That little S makes shit secure when you go to a website. Without it, it's not secure and you're sending everything in plain text, okay? So here's how this works. Let me make this stroke a little thicker. Hold on. All right. So here's my web server, okay? I'm just going to name this x.com. It's easy. And then I'm using Google Chrome. Because really when we look at like browsing the internet, it's not your computer, it's your web browser, right? Your web browser is actually the client. Okay. So I need an encrypted session between here. So if I just fucking do symmetric encryption, that ain't gonna work, right? Because I can't securely get my key over to this web server, right? It ain't gonna work. Because we cannot securely send our keys, all right? So here's how we're gonna do this thing. What we're gonna do is that public web server has a public key. It also has a private key. I'll try to make my handwriting a little bit better. Me, client, I'm just gonna write client right here. I also have a what? Public key. Same, right? So we're gonna use asymmetric to get to symmetric, okay? Stay with me here. And I also have a private. They don't go anywhere, my private keys. The web server's private key stays right there, and my private key stays right there. We're going to do asymmetric encryption first. First, we're going to do asymmetric encryption. So what's going to happen is I'm going to grab this public key. I'm going to take it over here, right? I'm the client. And then the server is going to grab my public key, and I'm going to take it over here, okay? And we're going to start an encrypted session with each other using our public keys, okay? So server is going to take my public key, encrypt a message that says, hey, let's do secure key exchange. And the client's going to do the exact same thing, okay? They do it at the same time, essentially, all right? So then we start that session, and the client says, hey, server, I got your public key. Server says, client, I got your public key. Now, what are we going to do? Now what we're going to do, so we use asymmetric there, so that was, let's say, RSA. Hold on. Got to increase the stroke again, okay? Hold on. We used RSA to do that process. That's the algorithm we did for that process. Step 2, once we're done with that, is we need to do secure key exchange. So now what do we have available to us, okay? So I went and grabbed the server's public key. I have that over here as the client. I'm going to put server public key. And as a server, I have what? The client's public key, okay? I went and grabbed that in step 1. So we'll say client public. Now, we have secure key exchange algorithms called Diffie-Hellman and elliptic curve cryptography, okay? I can't get into the math on this because I don't understand it, or I just know how it works, all right? So what we're going to do now, as the client and the server at the same time, I'm going to take my private key and I'm going to combine it with the server's public key. As the server, I'm going to take my private key and combine it with the client's public key. And the output is going to be a brand new shared secret key. Okay? Don't ask me mathematically how this works. Diffie-Hellman and elliptic curve cryptography are the algorithms that enable this, okay? It's some crazy math. But essentially the math is this, saying that between client and server, they're the only two in the world that'll have this combination here. Private key and client's public key, private key and server's public key. And they mathematically combine those two. They both are going to create a brand new key that should be the exact same, okay? So the third step is now symmetric So now we can use something like CompTIA 20 using our new shared secret key. So I'm going to move my client down here, my web server down here. Here's our pipeline. And now we have an encrypted session. And we're using symmetric encryption with this shared secret key. So what problem did we just solve? The secure key exchange. This is how the internet works. This is TLS. When you add that S on next to the HTTP, this is exactly how it works.
So it does your asymmetric first to gain the ability to securely do it, and then you can share the mass amount of...
There you go. Yep, exactly.
Is a new one formed every single time, or is it the same shared key when you
It's
communicate with that?
every single session.
Okay.
You get a new shared secret key. But a session is, if I'm connected to that web server for an hour, that's like one session. And then if I hit next, it's still one session. If I close out my web browser, open it up, go back to the website, new session. Yeah, makes sense.
So if the public key was taken by someone when you first swapped it at the top there, they couldn't do anything with that until you create a shared secret key and then start sharing that way?
Yeah, so...
Until that point, there's really nothing to gain from
Yes,
taking the public
exactly.
key?
Because the way this Diffie-Hellman works is you need your own private key for this to work. So they could take the public key all day, doesn't matter. And then once you do secure key exchange, this new key gets created. You may ask, can they grab that? Answer is no, because this is still encrypting the session, you know? So if I were to do a packet capture on this, which maybe I can do that and show you guys after the next break, you'll see this happen, but in the actual data payload, it's just like nothing, you know, because you start by doing asymmetric encryption, you know. So when you generate these public-private keys and you connect to each other, boom, you're already encrypted. But you can't do bulk data, right? It just gives you enough compute resource, like CPU, RAM resource, to do this shit right here, secure key exchange.
I see.
Yeah. Make sense, guys? So this whole process is actually, there's a name. It's called TLS, Transport Layer Security, and it's what enables HTTPS, okay? Sound good? Yeah. All right. You guys understand encryption now?
More so.
Yeah. And here is another image of what I just drew. See Diffie-Hellman? If you look at it, just take a second on this graph. It's the same thing I just showed you, right? My own private key with Alice's public key. Alice's private key with Bob's public key to create this new key. There's the math, okay? You understand that? Yeah. I don't either. Yeah, makes sense now, yeah. You just needed that graph, yeah. Yeah. And me personally, I have one of the highest level cybersecurity certifications, CISSP. I've never had to know the fucking math behind this shit, you know? And I hope, if I ever get a job where I do, I better make a lot of money, you know?
Oh, that algorithm, that's worse.
Ah, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. And then here's the other one. Elliptic curve cryptography does the same thing as Diffie-Hellman.
So they're
But it
separate algorithms, but they do the same exact.
Yeah, they do secure key exchange.
Okay. Just in a different.
Just different algorithm, different math, different whatever. Then there's like ECDHA, which is elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman algorithm.
Oh, cool.
Combination of the two. But for Security Plus, you just got to know those do secure key exchange. So if a question comes up, something and asks like, how do you, exchange keys securely? Your answer is going to be one of those algorithms, right? Diffie-Hellman or ECC. All right. Yeah, moving on. Here's just some algorithms we should know about. So triple DES is a symmetric encryption algorithm. It's not secure anymore, okay? It's legacy, vulnerable. RC4 is another symmetric encryption algorithm that's also vulnerable, okay? So if you're taking notes, put that RC4 and triple DES as no-goes, okay? They suck. You shouldn't use them. What you should be using is AES. It's not on this slide because it wasn't on the exam objectives, but CompTIA 20 is another one. It's called CompTIA 20. Okay.
New or something?
It's just another symmetric encryption algorithm used for internet communication. This is more or less actually used for VPNs, but like HTTPS uses like ChaCha20 or Salsa20. They're both symmetric encryption algorithms, just one's called block cipher, one's called stream cipher. We don't have to get into it. It's not on the test, so. Yeah. All right, and then asymmetric. Popular one is RSA, okay? Popular asymmetric encryption algorithm. All right, sweet. Quiz time. It's domain 1.4.1. Hopefully y'all didn't get too confused by that.
It's cryptographic tools? Or
Yeah, cryptographic tool. Yes, cryptographic solution.
No, it's
Dash encryption.
yeah, dash encryption algorithms. Oh yeah, okay, what do we got next? Is it PKI? Oh no, levels of encryption. Okay, yeah, we'll take a break after we go over this because PKI, when I go over that, yeah, it's a lot of shit to understand. All right, domain 1.4.2. So we learned about encryption, asymmetric, secure key exchange, and symmetric encryption. Now let's go over the levels of encryption, and this is really just how we apply it or where we apply it to. Okay, I've talked about this all class, full disk encryption. That's securing data at rest, so that's a solid state drive, hard drive, your network attached storage, your storage area network, full disk encryption. Here's how BitLocker works, right? Just a little diagram for you. But that encrypts the entire hard drive, right? Full disk encryption. So, would we use symmetric or asymmetric for this? What do y'all think? Symmetric, right? Because that's a lot of shit to encrypt, so we use symmetric. Which makes sense, right? Because you just need one key, which is your PIN. The PIN in BitLocker is the key to decrypt, so you just need one. All right, we can do file or volume. So you can encrypt a single file on your device, or you can take your entire hard drive, let's say if it's 500 gigs, you can create a new volume in there. So you have the C drive, you can make a D drive that's 50 gigs and just encrypt that D drive. So that's volume encryption. Data in transit, so our VPNs. So our VPNs, you also can add encryption to it. So you see we have our remote worker here. He or she's going to activate its VPN client. It's going to make an encrypted tunnel to the enterprise, wherever that sits, a router, firewall, VPN concentrator, and that's going to secure our data in transit. Okay, understanding algorithms and key lengths. So I went through algorithms with you guys. So RC4, triple DES, AES, ChaCha20, Salsa20, those are symmetric. RSA is asymmetric, and then we had ECC and Diffie-Hellman for secure key exchange. On the test, and this is true, it's not like it's wrong, but they look at Diffie-Hellman and ECC as asymmetric as well, okay? Just to let you guys know, if you want to put that in your notes. Diffie-Hellman and ECC, Those are also technically asymmetric as well. Even though there's a single purpose for it, like to do secure key exchange, since it technically uses a public and private key to get there, it's asymmetric as well, okay? Now, what makes one algorithm stronger than the other? So like in the example of AES and DES, DES is just an older, weak algorithm, period. So nothing can make DES stronger than AES. But AES, we have different what's called bit key lengths. The longer the bit key length, the stronger the encryption algorithm, okay? So here you can see 128, 192, and 256. Which one is the strongest here?
256.
Just that's it, simple as that. RSA does the same thing. RSA goes up to 4,096 bits. That's the highest it can go. That's the strongest. That's really all you need to know on this slide. The longer the key length, the stronger an algorithm is within its own algorithm, right? So if RSA is up to 4,096 and AES is up to 256, does that mean RSA is stronger? No. It means they're different, but compare AES 256 to AES 192, 256 is stronger, okay? All right, let's do our quiz. Did I not talk about partition? Did I hide a slide? I'll have to look at that. All right, guys, let's go ahead and we're going to take a 10-minute break because I don't want your brains too fried. You just learned encryption, which is a lot of shit. So come back at 1:20 and we'll go over PKI.
I fucking picked the right one at first and then second guessed myself and then fucking got it wrong.
Chinese restaurant.
I did that shit earlier too.
Duck House?
Duck House?
Yeah.
Chinese dog houses. He speaks the truth.
Yeah, look, these are my kids right here.
All right.
So me and my wife are both half white, half Mexican. So we got like we got a Mexican and a white girl. So like both our moms are blonde hair, blue eyes, and both our dads are just brown, fucking wet bad dodge kid. But and then our kids literally yeah, one came out like pale, blonde hair, blue eyed, and the others like me, like curly black hair, black eyes.
As they
Yeah.
grow, and they go side by side, people gonna be like, "There ain't no way."
Yeah. Well, when I go out with my oldest daughter,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just me in my head, but I know some people kind of look like,
No, they
yeah,
look.
yeah. Like, what the fuck?
My sons are Asian,
Mhm.
so the hair is all curly. Now I just walk behind them and let them walk in front.
Yeah.
Everybody go, "Whoa."
Yeah.
What's that there, Wang?
Good as fuck.
Yeah, we took Garrett Hayden there.
That shit's bomb.
Hey, you don't want to take him to a white, let him loose, let him run around. in
One of
the
my
Honolulu.
sisters, like their good family friend. He used to do this out of his garage, but now like he's a full-fledged business, and so he's only open like 3 days out of the week,
That's all you
and then
need.
the whole rest of the week he's fishing, and then all of the fish he catches that week he makes.
You put
Oh, that's
you
He
use
makes
for
he
those
makes
3 days.
yeah he makes the fish, and then he has a limited amount of plates, and he always sells out. But
That's a fucking life. Right
dude,
there.
it's so
That's cool.
It's so
All
good.
along the North Shore, it's just like that, bro.
North Shore's
you,
awesome.
You show up late, bro, you're luck. So people like take off of work just to go get. It's crazy.
Yeah, like time doesn't. I feel like it doesn't exist over there.
It doesn't.
It is like slower. It feels
It's-
like
Dude,
yeah.
it's like
It's
it's
But not when you go to Honolulu. But that's the
Yeah,
North
yeah,
Shore.
or
Yeah.
or if you go like downtown to like that
Which one?
that super big like outdoor mall. It's like one of the biggest
Ala
outdoor
Moana?
malls.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Alamoana.
Yeah, like if you're downtown, it just feels like
Time is just.
like any other
walking
downtown.
along.
But
Feels like any other city. Yeah.
Yeah.
Once you start go out.
you just go
Mhm.
out, you're like, wait a second.
Yeah. Well, I say where Schofield Barracks is, it's kind of closer to North Shore, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
That's the actual halfway point to get to.
Yeah. Because I've trained 2 units out there, but I didn't go myself. But
SF Kitchen?
when I was training Sock Pack, they were on Camp Smith.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And
Yeah,
fuck,
like,
where that Navy base is, it's like super nice. Fort No.
There was like,
What,
there's this place
Shafter?
called,
Fuck, I gotta look it up now. Cause you pretty much go on this Navy base, you cross a bridge,
Yeah.
and it's so nice, like all the housing. But
I wasn't really,
All of that housing?
I wasn't really
It's all
impressed
your
on that one. I
higher
was just-
up.
yes, but that's where their unit was, and that's where I got to teach them. Like, it would be great living here. Like, are you fucking serious?
The guys that are there,
Oh,
I've
yeah.
known guys who spent their
Yeah.
And they're open
entire
until about
military
3:30 in the
and
morning.
retired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Never
if
let
you
Fort
want-
Island.
if
Fort
it's-
Island. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
craving that,
That's
you
nice.
never go, but
Mhm.
it's usually
How do you
like
do that?
like if it's
A lot of Navy guys there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's like a late
Yeah.
thing.
The Marines,
yeah.
let me see, the Air Force guys, some of them like it.
Well, I'm assuming if you're Navy there, you can kind of do what the Army does at Bragg, where you just
Yeah.
move units. Yeah, yeah.
But it's like
Man, Bragg is
For
the
some
place
reason
for
you
that,
want
man.
sushi.
Yeah. Well, because you can go do BLC instructor there. So you do your like recruiter whatever time, the what they used to call it, like
that time it's
additional assignment,
Yeah.
broadening or whatever. Yeah.
Short duty, they call
Yeah.
it
The only
Navy.
time you
Yes,
get
yeah.
is,
Send them off to do short duty.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Right there,
Yeah.
right back.
trash. And
Yeah.
I'm like, I know guys, man.
Time and
These
place.
guys,
Yeah.
legit,
so
once they
No.
show
And
up,
say that though. Last
as
time I was at
privates,
Denny's, it was about
they stay
about
after
1
they start
a.m.
looking houses.
Yeah.
By the time they retire, there are 4 or 5 houses. They're-
Yeah, yeah.
That one video.
My sister got stationed out there too when she was in. She was at Camp Smith though. She was working Paycom, like she was 35 series.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
working on-
So she didn't get the 25th, yeah, she
That's 25th.
yeah.
You know, Aloha Fridays was the best.
Yeah, her army time was even crazier story. She did 3.5 years just at the fucking S2 Ace, chill. And then she got out working for AWS,
Yeah.
making like 200K. Yeah.
That's it.
I'll show you so you guys know I'm not capping. Hold on.
4 years, that's all I should have done.
Dude, my sister, I have a YouTube channel. I got like 4,000 subscribers. I'm trying to get big on it, but we did a video where I went over her like her story, I guess. She did 4 years in the Army, never deployed, never did anything. She got an internship at Amazon Web Services, so this is her job. That's my sister. I'll show you how much she makes. Hold on.
Her latest space station.
It's crazy. It's crazy, man. So this,
I gotta hack into her.
yeah.
Really quickly.
It's a crazy story, and I have a video. She says exactly how she did it. So when she started, she was this. So imagine getting out of the military making that.
Yeah, baby.
But now, so she did that in 2019. Her internship took 9 months. Got fully hired 2020, so that was the salary 2020. She got promoted to this, I don't know when, a couple years ago.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. Lord
Oh,
help
Lord.
us.
Good for her.
Crazy, huh? No, and this, no,
Good for you.
no IT experience.
None?
She just did an internship getting out of the army, right? You know, the skill bridges type
Yeah,
shit?
skill bridge.
Yeah. It wasn't a skill bridge, but some sort of program, yeah.
Skill bridge.
Which she got out in 2019, so I don't, some shit like
Which
that.
some people are praising it that it's great.
And why did she get this? Because she had a top secret clearance. So she works AWS high side, and they needed people with clearances, so they put together a program to get people out of the
Yep.
military. And just so, yeah. Here, I'll show you. Me and her did a little 40-minute video on my YouTube. Hold on. Where the fuck did it go?
You need to tag some recruiters with that video. And go
Would they actually like that though? Because
believe it or not, yes.
I thought, because doesn't it just teach them to get out? You know what I mean?
No,
No.
that doesn't matter for recruiters, like,
You're
Well,
using it
yeah.
as a tool to say, hey man, you
get
come
this
on
step.
over here and do this here.
Yeah.
You know, this is what it will look like for you when you get out.
Yeah, that's why I tell people, don't, the military's not all bad if you can, there we
Use it
go.
to your advantage.
Yeah.
That's all you gotta do.
Yeah, she talks about it in this video. If you guys if you have buddies or whatever, yeah. She's annoying as fuck though, but.
Yeah, I mean,
Now she's married, yeah. Her husband made my website actually, because he was also in the army 2 years, and he worked at Meta, and this was his salary.
Christ, Lord, help
Yeah.
us, boy.
Yeah, he's a smart guy, yeah.
Behind the curve here, we need to catch up.
I want to say if we all combine ours together.
maybe.
Yeah. And then he got laid off during the layoffs because he didn't want to go work not remote anymore.
Yeah.
But I was like, you're crazy, bro. I don't know. I just fucking move.
You don't want to do, dude. Like,
I think sometimes you get a certain level of software engineering, you kind of, I don't know, you make so much money if you save it correctly, do the right things, you just kind of work how you want, so
you can't tell
he
people.
does shit for me, he's a partner in my company, he does other side gigs, works for Apple on a 1099 basis, shit like that,
Yeah,
so.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you're making, as you say, putting your money to good use.
Yeah.
And it work for you. I mean, if you're working for somebody and they keep bothering you, you're like, look.
Fuck this, yeah.
Hey, I'm gone. Bye.
No, I mean, do you have 100% VA? That's you too, though. Yeah, I was.
Still gotta pay the bills, man.
I know, yeah, I hear you.
Still gotta
I
pay
hear
the
you.
bills.
But I mean,
To be
not to
honest-
put your business, not to pocket
No,
watch,
no,
but
to
I got
be honest-
100% too, so I know what it's like.
To be honest, my wife graduates in 2027.
Yeah.
And to be honest, man, if she graduates and get 20 clients, I'm done working.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I'll
My
have the house. I'll take care of the house. I told her.
one of
I'll
the
work, I'll take care of everything around here.
the ops lead at my work, he's E7, retired 100%.
Yep.
So he gets $7 grand from that, just period,
Mhm.
not taxed. Well, I know the retirement's taxed, but yeah.
That's nothing.
Yeah, vets, man, I'm telling you, yeah. It's not a bad gig if you do it right.
Yep.
All right, enough of that.
All right, let's go.
But usually I like to show that in class just to show you guys what's out there, the possibilities,
I'm getting sicked up right now.
Well, you know what's crazy? During her internship, they just wanted her for her clearance, obviously. But she put in work, not saying she's fucking whatever. But she had to get Linux Plus and Security Plus. So she still needs Security Plus for her job because she works for the government. So she works for AWS, but supports government. So kind of like you guys, you don't fucking need Sec Plus, but now you need it because government shit. Yeah. All right. We're going to go over PKI. This is another kind of hefty one, like encryption was. So, public key infrastructure. I just taught you TLS, Transport Layer Security, where you get that S on the HTTP, and we use asymmetric encryption, secure key exchange, and symmetric encryption to secure the data. So when I send from my web browser to a web server, it's encrypted. It is ciphertext. My email message, everything I do is encrypted. Now, how do we trust these web servers? Because does encryption equal trust? Does it equal integrity? No. Think of the CIA triad. Confidentiality is its own thing, and that's encryption, right? But integrity is its own thing. Is that encryption? No. What did I say it was earlier? Hashing, digital signatures, things like that, okay? And then availability is the other one. So I taught you the encryption piece. Now I got to show you how all this works in a trusted environment. Because who's to say that I set up a web server, I fill it with malware, I get a domain name, johnny.com, and I do TLS. I make it secure and encrypted. You connect to me on encrypted connection, you're probably thinking, if you're just a layman user, right? Not you guys who are cybersecurity professionals now, you probably just think it's good, right? Oh, it's encrypted. But if you're connecting to my malicious website, it could be encrypted, it could not be. It's still malicious, right? So how do we trust these websites? The public key infrastructure. So let's get into it. Okay. Oh, fuck, I need to present this in a different way. Hold on. I'm going to go to my whiteboard again. Fuck me. Hold on. I didn't prep this good enough. Usually I'm Zoom presenting this. Hold on, give me 1 second, guys. Damn, I hate doing it like this, but okay. Okay, let's get into it. All right, so check it out, guys. We want to start a e-commerce web server and sell some shit. So we want to build our own company, and we need a website. So we get tt.com. I'm just keeping it short, obviously, because I don't have a lot of space. So I have tt.com, and I'm selling whatever the fuck I'm selling. And here's my users down here. And I want to get that little lock icon that says my connection is secure, okay? Because nowadays, I feel like people are kind of competent in cybersecurity. They know if they go to a website, you ever got that warning before, and you have to hit advanced? What are you automatically thinking? Like something sketchy, right? You don't have to be a cybersecurity professional to see like, oh, maybe I shouldn't go on this website. So if you want a successful business, you need this. You need this little lock icon that says I'm secure and I'm trusted, okay? So to do that, we leverage something called PKI, the public key infrastructure. So what is the public key infrastructure? It gives our public key cryptography, asymmetric cryptography, and our TLS cipher suites that stamp of approval that's trusted within all of our web browsers. So remember, when I'm going on the internet, yes, I'm doing it from my computer, but I'm going on a web browser, right? I go on a web browser on my phone, my laptop, my desktop, and my tablet. So we want this web browser to trust our encrypted session. So here's the components of public key infrastructure. You have something called a root certificate authority. Certificate authority. You have something called an issuing or intermediate certificate authorities. Same shit, okay? We'll call this the issuing certificate authority. Now, the name is certificate authority, so what do you think it's going to do? Give out certificates. So we're going to break down what certificates are. Certificates are pretty much a digital ID that will contain your public key and a hash and says that you are trusted, okay? And then we also have another component here called a registration authority. That's like the bouncer at the club that's letting you in. He's going to allow you to get a certificate from these guys, okay? And then there's you, your web server that you want to have that icon that says I'm trusted. So to get that, guess what we're going to do, guys? We're going to do something called a certificate signing request. And to do that, we're going to leverage, you guessed it, asymmetric encryption. So from my web server, I'm going to follow like a web GUI or on my command line, and I'm going to do an SSL request. Okay, little backup, because I remember you guys have no really IT background. SSL stands for Secure Sockets Layer. That's what we used in the 90s for HTTPS, okay? So when all this shit was built, it was in the 90s, we used SSL. SSL transformed into TLS, all right? They do the exact same thing. SSL is just older, weaker encryptions, okay? So we still have this terminology called an SSL request to be able to do HTTPS, right? It's just called that, okay? But we use TLS 1.2, 1.3, all right? There's different versions of it. Does that make sense? SSL is what we used in the 90s. It's the same shit. It's just weaker. It's vulnerable now. So we moved on to TLS, just a new cipher, the updated encryption and shit like that. Okay, so from my web server, I'm on the command line, I'm doing SSL request. That SSL request is going to use an asymmetric encryption algorithm like RSA. I'm going to create my private key. I'm going to create my public key. And then I'm also going to create a certificate signing request. And in that CSR, I'm going to put in my public key. I'm going to put in my domain name, which is tt.com. I'm going to put in my location and like my IP address and other things like that. Things that are my web server, how to recognize it as my web server. So I need my domain name, I need my public key, I need my location, I need my IP address, things like that, okay? We're then going to send this certificate signing request over to the registration authority. The registration authority is going to do a few checks, okay? So if my domain name is maliciousmalware.ru, which is the Russia domain, should I allow that through? Probably not, right? Because another thing, you guys ever notice cybersecurity certs globally are always like a Western thing? You ever seen a Russian-based cybersecurity blue team certificate? No. You ever seen a Chinese-based one? No. Because the worldwide trusted web is a Western thing. Europe, actually America really, but America, Europe, our Five Eye allies, we make the internet secure. Not Russia, not China, right? So a lot of times the trusted domains and all this shit is a Western thing. Just to put you on, okay? Little American superiority there, all right? And it's just facts though. We made the internet secure, no one else. And why did we make it secure? Because guess who was hacking us? All right. So now the rest of the world, if they want to do good trade, they use our shit, our certificate authorities. Okay, so our registration agent takes a look at our CSR and says, okay, you're good to go. You're not a malicious domain. There's nothing sketchy about you. He's going to pass on your request over to the issuing certificate authority. Now, this is a company like Cloudflare, let's say. These are companies. These are actual organizations and companies, okay, that do this, okay? Now, behind the scenes, before any of this, so if I like block off the screen here from my web server, from this, and I just have these two right here. Before any of this happens, these guys have something called the chain of trust with each other. So that root CA and all the issuing certificate authorities have something called a chain of trust. We're pretty much like trepatech.com. If I deploy a server and I put a certificate authority software on there, it doesn't mean shit, right? My stuff isn't trusted until I reach out to a root CA and say, hey, can you trust me? So if someone were to come to me, Trepatech, to get a certificate, it's not signed by a root CA, so it's not trusted, okay? I'm going to show you what that looks like. But there's a chain of trust here. Does that make sense? And pretty much, it's like a stamp. Literally, the root CA signs whatever the issuing CA delivers to customers, okay? It's a chain of trust. All right, so back to us. Our CSR gets passed off here. The issuing CA creates the certificate. It sends it to the root CA to say, sign this, because we have trust built. Root CA sends it back. Then the issuing certificate authority sends it back to you. So your CSR is now trusted, okay? It's been stamped by these certificate authorities. Now you're going to take that CSR, and in there, what do you have? Public key. And you also now have a hash of these two guys, of the ICA and the root CA. And that hash is going to be telling everyone else in the world, no, my shit was signed by these guys, okay? And now you're going to post that public key to your website and that certificate. And now when a user connects here via HTTPS, they're going to get that lock icon. Go ahead.
Even though you got that certificate, you still could have malicious stuff on the website, right? Because the CSR doesn't include.
Well, so of course, right? But the point is that if you're a malicious site, hopefully the RA doesn't let you through because your domain was probably going to be blacklisted eventually. Does that make sense?
So it's a hypothetical. It could happen, but over time it probably gets.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Of course, right? And so if I deploy a website and I have malicious sit on there, when I deploy a website, I go to like a cloud provider. I go to like these different providers. I'm usually not buying a server, putting it up at my house and hosting a global website. Those providers also have a role in this, right? And if they notice you're sending out malicious files, because they'll scan your shit.
Okay.
There's a lot of other mechanisms that prevent what you just said, but the RA is supposed to stop that initially, right? But of course, yeah, hypothetically, yeah, nothing's perfect.
Yeah.
But
just based off the CSR, they could have other stuff because that's just like basic information.
yeah, I could lie. When I do my SSL request, I could say, well, the domain name has to match. So you have to put your actual website name. But I could lie and say I'm located in the US, but my public IP I can't hide. So if I'm a public IP out of Russia with a .com US domain, the RA is not going to let me through.
But I mean, like, even besides that, that's all like the basic information of saying who you are, what you are, integrity aspect, I guess. Well, anyways, besides the point, like you can have stuff in there because all they're getting is a CSR, but they're not like seeing what content you have on the website itself. But I know the other things take.
Yeah. This is just addressing HTTPS,
Okay.
not addressing whether or not I put a phishing email in there, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So once we get our trusted cert, okay, we make that public, and now our web browser's here. We make a connection, and we're doing TLS. So what is TLS, guys? I taught you this. It's asymmetric, and then it's secure key exchange, and then it's symmetric, right? And there's a file here that pretty much is going to list out a bunch of different TLS suites to use. So one suite could be like the asymmetric encryption's RSA, Diffie-Hellman, and Cha-Cha-20. Another suite could be like RSA, Diffie-Hellman, Salsa-20. Does that make sense? Okay. So those also have to match in here too. In the background, the TLS suites have to match from my web browser to my server. Okay. All right. There's another question that usually comes up here. The root CA, the issuing CA. How does the web browser know they're trusted? Because I'm telling you that. I'm telling you that Cloudflare's trusted, and there's another root CA called DigiSign that's trusted. But how does my web browser know? Because I'm a human, I can tell you that, but the web browser is not smart. So baked into every web browser, out of the box, I'm Google Chrome, I developed Google Chrome. Baked in is going to be certificates that are trusted, certificate authorities that are trusted. So I'm going to have a list in my Google Chrome web browser. I'm about to show you. You'll have this too, so you can do it with me. That says, I trust DigiSign. I trust all these root CAs, and anything they stamp, I trust. So as long as you trust the list of root CAs, there's 1,000 other issuing CAs you trust. That makes sense? Because it starts here at the root CA. So let me show you what that looks like. So if I go to, I'm going to get this off the screen for a second. It'll come back though. Let's go to the Slipper 0. Let's see. So if I come here, you see this connection is secure. Here's a certificate. So here's the domain name. It was issued by E7. You see that? E7. That's an issuing certificate. So E7 issued me this. So that means Google Chrome trusts whatever E7 is. So if we come here to settings on Google Chrome, I'm on a MacBook, so it may look different. If I come here to privacy and security, I think security here, manage certificates, Chrome root store. Do you guys see this? Those are all the certificate authorities I trust.
Those are the issuing CA or the
root CAs.
Those are root CAs?
Yes, root CAs.
There's a lot of roots too.
Yes. These are all the root CAs I trust. So like that E, whatever the flipper, this E7.
Yeah, that's a root.
It's issuing certificate,
okay.
but I trust the root CA that signed it. That makes sense?
Yeah, okay.
This is baked in. So for all my Army guys, let's go to an Army website. Fort Gordon, cyber awareness. Let's see what it does to me. Ah, fuckers, where'd it go? I'm trying to get that error. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, all this stuff is trusted.
And now they fixed it. So you see, like, they're using Google now for their root CAs.
Oh
Damn.
Damn, they got that far now?
Dark web.
Yeah. I'm like, nah, I knew that wouldn't work. But okay, but you ever seen when you go to a website, HTTPS, and you get that warning, certificate is not trusted?
Yeah.
If you were to look right there, and you go to, it would say connection is unsecure, and all you would see here is like the DoD's root CA that issued the certificate. That's not in here. See, it's DoD certificate is not in here. Oh, there's that E7, so it has that issuing. But anyways,
Delete that one and then go back.
I guess I don't know. How do I delete it? Hold on, let's see. Local installed by me.
Command X.
Not my passwords. Let's see. Ah, fuck it. But you're probably right. I know on Windows you can delete these. Well, I'm sure I could delete it here. I just don't know how. But yeah. Does that make sense though? That's all that means. So I could be connecting to a website. It could be encrypted. My data in transit's protected. It's encrypted. My web browser just doesn't trust it. Because for some reason Chrome doesn't want to put the DoD certificate as a trusted one baked into it, you know, from the store, from the fucking application store.
So you can update those root CAs though,
Mhm.
and have extra trusted. Okay.
Yes, you can import them. Remember back in the day,
You gotta import
you had to
from a
import them.
specific
Yeah.
website onto the laptop for you.
Mm-hmm.
I know you can still, like on the phone, I know you can import certificates to
Yeah.
be able to access different things so you can like download emulators.
Yeah, so another thing with the PKI, right? So that just is trust. So what I'm telling you is like the certificate cannot be trusted. You can still go to the website. You just hit advanced, accept the risk or whatever. Sometimes web browsers go a step further and they do something called HSTS. I can't remember the acronym is. It's actually in the slides coming up, so I'll see it. But it actually enforces that. So it fucking won't let you go to that website. There is no advanced accept the risk. It's like in the HTTP header itself, the hypertext transfer protocol that says, do not let anyone access like a website unless we trust it. So sometimes there's even additional enforcements that can happen that won't let you, right? So sometimes like getting those certificates that aren't from a root CA, this global chain of trust network, will let you bypass that shit. Yeah. Okay, last component of this. I know it's long. So these certificates also come with expiration dates. So how does the web browser know if certificate that was issued is valid or not? We can see a root CA sign it, but there's expiration dates. So we could say this is 10/25. So where do all those certificates that were issued to my server go when they expire? They go to something called a certificate revocation list or an OCSP server. It's like online certificate status protocol, okay? And my web browser will query these to see if the certificate's valid or not. So in that CRL, certificate revocation list, is literally like 200 megs of just all the expired certificates from a website, okay?
Is that constantly like refreshing?
It only has to, if it goes to a website that, let's say I went to your website 5 months ago, I'm cached, I go there again, and your certificate's invalid, then I'll do a query, see if you updated, and then start the new session with your new certificate.
Session-based.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then PKI is also implemented in the enterprise, so sometimes people do this in their enterprise. It's a little different than the World Wide Web.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, guys. Y'all good? All right. Do y'all know PKI now?
Yeah. So if you click the,
Oh, fuck.
like you were
That's
like you were talking about a second ago,
Yeah.
with like bypassing and like taking the risk or whatever,
Yeah.
that pretty much is just saying that it couldn't get a cert for what you're on, and
It didn't trust it.
Okay.
That's all. The web browser literally didn't trust it.
Yeah.
That's it.
And it's like, hey, you can do it if you want. Though.
Yeah. And you still be HTTPS. You'll still do TLS. You'll still do the encryption.
Yeah.
It's just literally saying I don't trust this website's
specific
certificate.
one. Okay.
Pretty much saying that public key we're using for this encryption, I don't trust it. That's all. Yeah. Alrighty. So that was my little diagram of it. Got an image of it too, though.
Nice.
It pretty much goes through the same thing. But yeah. Okay, now let's go over the slides over everything I just went over, okay? So certificate authority, a trusted entity that issues digital certificates. Root CA, I was calling it an issuing CA. It's also called an intermediate. They're the same thing. Issuing makes more sense to me because it's the actual server that sends your website the certificate, okay?
Do
It's
they
the same
call it
shit.
that as well? Like, is that going to be?
Literally on the test, you'll get both.
Okay.
Yeah, they mean the same thing though, yeah. And then that registration authority, see, it's like the bouncer at the club. It's validating your domain name, identity, other things to even allow you to send your request to the certificate authorities. All right. So wildcards, so we talked about certificates this whole time. I never dive into what they're called. The certificate that gets issued to you is something, the format, it's a format called X.509, okay? And there's different types. So a wildcard certificate, you see I have my main domain here, animelovers.net. If I want to make shop.animelovers or forum.animelovers, maybe I don't want to get 3 different certificates for that. So the certificate authorities give me something called a wildcard certificate, which puts an asterisk here that pretty much says, hey, anything before animelovers.net, you could put shop, forum, anything, whatever word is going to work for that, okay? So for my website, it's trepatech.com. Our learning management system is on what? academy.trepatech.com. We use the same certificate for both, okay? Call it a wildcard certificate. So if you get a question that's like, you have multiple subdomains, listen to that word, multiple subdomains, and you want to use one certificate, what type of certificate are you going to use? Wildcard. Subdomains, okay? Because technically, like the shop and the forum, those are subdomains to the original domain, animallovers.net, okay? Sound good? Don't worry about this middle bullet. It's kind of old. I need to get rid of it. Okay, subject alternative names. Does something similar to wildcard, but this is saying I can use a single certificate for different domains, okay? Not a subdomain, different domains. See, this one's Dodge truck fans only, and this is Ford truck fans only forum. Completely separate domain names, right? Yeah. But they can use the same certificate. So why would you do that? Well, quick, I got you. Why would you do that? Because I could own both those websites, like as a business owner, right? And maybe I just want to use one certificate for both since I own them both.
So is it, like, on that example specifically, is it reading from truckfansonlyforum.com, like, afterwards?
I'll show you exactly what it's doing.
Is there
The
a
question?
limited amount of
Nope.
for the sand you can?
Yeah, I'll show you. So, YouTube.com, right? YouTube's owned by what, guys?
Mr. Google. Tube.
Mr. Beast? Yeah. By Google, right? And then who's Google owned by? Alphabet Inc., right? Satan, yeah. So check it out. So I went to YouTube certificate. Do you see what's right there? Google.com, right? How does it do this? I'll show you.
Is the asterisk only for wildcard?
No, it's not. That's why it's a little confusing. But
Okay.
do you see this? Certificate subject alternative name. The same certificate can be used for all these shits. That's why you asked, is there a limit?
Yeah.
Depending how you set it up, no.
Okay.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You guys gotta memorize all this, man.
Well, and that's the thing, though. The certificate, right, is just to verify trust. You know what I mean? So it's like if Google has all these domains that are for the public, why wouldn't it just use one certificate? Why do I need to manage 200? You know what I mean?
So why, if you can just have the SAM, why would you even need the wild one?
I don't know, man.
Okay.
It's just architecture. It's just architecture.
Okay.
So here's another thing. That's why I appreciate the questions, but sometimes Security Plus, we just gotta.
Yeah. It's just,
So this is a wildcard certificate that has a sand field to fulfill all these other domains. Yeah. All right.
Wildcard sounds cooler.
Yeah.
Wait.
So, like in my architecture, right? Maybe it makes more sense for me to just do a wildcard certificate because I have literally 2 domains I manage. Now, let's say I add 10 more. Maybe I'm like, fuck it. Let's just add that DNS entry to my subject, take my DNS entry, correlate it to a subject alternative name, and throw that in my certificate. You know, and then that'll meet all those requirements for trust for my 20 other websites I have. You know, it's just an architecture thing and what you decide to do.
Okay.
Yeah. Like in my day job, we use this. We have to configure trust on our Cisco ASA firewalls. So we have an internal certificate authority. I have to take that certificate authority's its own cert, hard code that into all my users' Microsoft Edge browsers, and then I have to get my firewall certificate, and in the subject alternative name, I have to put in its public IP and its host name to make it work. So there's a lot of different architectures that require these different fields for it to work. And Security Plus, we just got to know like the bare metal, fundamental basics, you know. But yeah. Okay. Kind of already went over this. All right, a trusted provider, that's just the CAs that we trust. That's all, okay? And they're actual companies. So like DigiCert, GlobalSign, Entrust, these are actual companies. Cross-certification. So this is when multiple CAs trust each other. Certificate signing request, like I talked about. This is that message that you send as the web server to go get your certificate. Lifecycle management. Your certificates will expire, right? So we'll have to update them. I can show you guys that too. There's expiration dates on these. You see that? Yeah, Google better be on point, bro. A lot of this shit's automatic nowadays, you know. So. Okay, OCSP, I talked about that, the Online Certificate Status Protocol. This is how we can see if a certificate's expired or not valid anymore. Here's what you need to know about this one. We have CRL, the Certificate Revocation List, and OCSP. If I check the CRL, I'm a web server. That's when I say me, right? I'm a web server. No, fuck that. I'm a web browser. I need to check the CRL. I got to download that whole CRL. I got to download the whole 200 megs for a single check on one website. That's inefficient, right? OCSP can just check for that single website. That's all. So OCSP, if I just want to check trepatech.com, that's all I do. I don't need to download the whole list to find the one entry I'm looking for. So on the test, if it asks something like, you need to validate certificates, what's the quickest way to do it? And you have 4 answers, 2 of them are CRL and OCSP, which one you're going to choose? Which one's quicker? OCSP. Cool. All right, then here's what the certificate looks like. It's what I've been showing you this whole time when I go to Google and my website, but it's called an X.509, okay? That's what it's called. Sweet. Any questions? All right, let's take another break because I got to go pee, and then the last 2 slides are pretty easy, okay? Let's take a 10-minute break. Yeah, we're going to get out of here at a good time today.
I'm studying tonight, or only.
Yeah.
Studying with bears?
I was gonna hope that everything I'm listening to is enough to make it happen.
I'm good, dude. The 10 minutes before this, I'm just gonna re-look at everything. I think it'll be good.
What happens if we don't pass?
Fuck, no, Indiana.
Lose your job.
You're fired.
I learned this thing in psychology, and now I do it all the time, but it's like your short-term memory lasts up to 45 minutes, so it's like right before a test, I would just pound as much information into my brain as I could, and then I would usually be able to pass with at least a B, so.
I wonder what happens if I fail.
Anyone should be there.
Do I have to do his course again?
You can miss 5 questions, you're good.
It's out of like 83.
Dude, don't worry about it. You can miss 5 questions. You'll be fine.
This guy's fucking awesome, dude.
Hey,
I want him to teach all the
I know.
courses.
I want him to be my dad.
I'm good. I got definitely on.
He's my fucking dad.
You would do it.
Why aren't you in this class?
don't speak English.
That's all right, he speaks Spanish, he'll be good.
Mira, muchacho, yo no sé qué habla.
See?
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Gmail on today or something?
How's it going in the land of documents?
Things are waiting on Larry like.
Oh, I could believe it.
Go to the Google. I got a stack of things.
I can't believe it.
All I can tell you is, now it's got a
I
microscope.
took down that.
After this class, we might all be reading.
Where's the book? Like when you go to the lessons and
After this
Google
class,
that.
new bullet points on our
Oh, well,
resume.
pick one of those things and go to the Google Drive.
Hopefully.
Go down. They say Google Drive, click into the Google Drive. Oh, you on, no one.
There you
Yeah,
go.
it ain't gonna let you in.
I got my off now, I'll use it
Yeah,
tomorrow.
use your off net.
Who's Brian? Brian. Oh. Brian Ryan. He was a fun one to be on side with. But he knows so much. He knows so much. Who? Brian.
He does. He's a system engineer.
Yeah, he's my guy. I call him when I have the X question.
Yeah, I learned a lot from that boy. I thought I knew crime.
I don't know anything. I just know how to read.
2 times 2 is 7.
I don't even think I know how to read.
I'm learning. Getting better.
Are those decons, I see them sent a whole stack of them for review, so.
Yeah, we're waiting. More to come.
When are you guys starting that back up?
I did last week, and yeah, then go full out here when I get back.
Well, if you need anybody, let me know.
Yeah, I mean, just a 4-man tower crew that goes with me.
They do all the work or what?
Yeah, they do all the work.
Alright, now you get to be the guy sitting in your truck, taking naps and watching
Well.
movies?
Just making sure they don't cut the wrong thing.
Well, that's fucking easy. I thought you guys were actually doing shit.
Some would, I do. NDOT strips stuff off their racks, so I gotta take those out and box them.
I wish,
NVE is taking the complete rack back to their site, and then they're shipping them up here. In fact, that's what's happening this week.
I think Steve should have to do it.
Who's Steve?
The guy that works with Roger. Every time that fool was on site, he was sleeping in his truck.
PMs fucking PMs will be starting here in like.
We just gonna be just there, just going, yeah, go ahead.
PMs?
Need help?
For what?
Gross. Just
PMs?
bit right into it.
For regions of one?
Yeah.
The fools to do it themselves.
Yeah,
Yeah,
NDOT.
good fucking luck.
I wanna go to.
They didn't watch at all last year.
Yeah, not a
Dude,
single,
everyone was sitting back like this.
not a single NDOT guy would know how to do it.
No, not a chance.
So they finally got them some off nets. They finally got them some off nets. And I'm laughing in my mind, but like, that's great. So where's the handwritten? Oh, we don't have any. I'm like, this is, this is just great.
Did you guys send them the procedures?
I'm sure Jim will give them procedures.
I think we did.
We did.
I thought we gave them.
No, we gave it to, everybody has it. Rick has it.
Well, Rick knows his stuff. Rick
James,
actually Rick is a radio guy who actually likes working on radio, so. He paid attention. I'm more talking about the NDOT dudes. Like, yeah, I know. Yeah. Roger paid a little bit of attention. I think he's the only one that.
Sandy's probably gonna be their instructor.
Yeah.
Oh, Sunday.
Yeah, that's true. They got him. They'll probably be all right. We'll see what they want me to do. I'll sit in the car like Steve did. Just
We
fucking
back up the
sleep.
vehicles
Yeah.
and just pull up and just go, all right, we over there.
You guys done? All right.
4 hours just so you're like,
Yeah. I remember when me and Daniel went to pilot that full slip.
the
The whole
entire
day,
time.
yeah. And we were there a long time.
Damn.
What were we supposed to be like? You guys want to try some of this? I don't know. I was still learning how to do that shit. Yeah, same. I was like, I'm getting comfortable with it, but like, I don't know. I was supposed to be like, they never said anything like, hey, can I come in? Honestly, I went out with Jimmy initially, and that's when like I met Steve and Roger and Tony. Steve looked over his shoulder at the first sight, same with like all the other guys, and then the rest of the time we've never even.
Cold. Cold turkey.
I think I saw the lid to
So we got Jimmy out in Utah right now.
Yep. And
Oh,
all
shit.
this time
Seriously?
up
Yeah, I set it on top
Wild
of
boy.
I was
that
wondering
man.
where it was. I was like, damn it, where did I leave that? The touch, 100 and something sites out of like 140.
I'm good.
What's up?
He's Utah. He's got to go to 100 and some sites to fix things
Oh.
out of 140.
Sounds like job security right there.
Yeah, so like somebody gonna be at it for months.
I heard nobody out there
Forever.
Likes him?
They're not very happy with. They're confused on why he's coming over, because I guess one of the audits he was doing was like shit based on, I don't know if it was like documentation based on naming convention. And then he was like in a customer meeting talking about, oh, 80% of these sites fail my audit, and it was just for like naming convention on some documents.
So he's
And their
literally talking
engineers.
about going to those sites just to change the names and some of those. Is
I-
that what it is? Just in
I
general?
know, that's, from what I've heard, that's
No,
what I heard
that's-
last week.
that's
He's
what
just
it-
like making bullshit work up for himself over there.
Hey, job security.
I agree. I mean, there's a lot of work, and you don't need to be adding more bullshit to it.
Yeah.
That,
you
they
know.
don't, like, they don't even have real needs right now. They're on a maintenance contract, but they're not in the maintenance contract, so they're just like doing random shit for 40 hours a week.
Yeah. But dictated by UCA, right? Does UCA
Yeah.
tell them what to do?
Yeah,
Okay,
but
okay.
it's like, you know, go do a PM on our generators.
Yeah,
Go
that's what I
clean up
heard.
the fucking
I heard it's just
site.
like,
It's just like
yeah,
bullshit.
random just like that.
Yeah.
I've heard that. I'm like, interesting.
That's why everybody's like, why the fuck is Jimmy coming up here? And I'm like,
Don't know.
Enjoy.
Enjoy.
Y'all have fun.
Jimmy. Actually, he's JW in Utah.
Oh yeah, you know,
J-Dubs.
J-Dubs.
I just call him Wizard.
Yeah, that's his,
Grand Wizard.
that's his, does he get a bag?
Well, now I'm debating it.
Because he's not NCRS?
I forgot that he was.
NCR.
He was just part of that.
Yeah, he's departed, man. He can't keep
Zach was like, so when are you gonna drop my backpack off? I was like, you get no fucking.
Or no, Tony. Tony's getting swag.
merch, dude.
He's got
So
a
he
Tacoma.
got a brand new Tacoma.
Does he?
In my bag to go
He's got
with
a
it.
brand new TRD Tacoma.
Wow. Hell yeah.
He doesn't dare drive it.
He still drives that piece of shit every shit.
That thing's
Oh no, that got towed. Yeah, that's
Got towed?
gone.
Wait, what, the Ford?
That's
yeah,
gone.
they picked it up. And it's now a little.
They said it got told.
It's a big
No, no,
in
no,
a
he-
dumpster
Oh, what? All right, guys, ready?
Yep.
2 more PowerPoints, and we're done for the day.
Now.
Y'all feel ready? Yeah.
7. You got a 7
All right, so we're gonna go over PKI components. So first, we're gonna start off with hashing. So hashing, this always confused me when I first started learning cybersecurity because it creates what looks like something encrypted, but it's not. All it's doing is it's taking this input, whatever that input is, it could be a file, it could be a message, sending it through a hash algorithm, and then creating a new digest. We're not converting hello world into this. We're just creating a digest or a checksum based off our original input that gets sent through a hash algorithm, okay? That digest then correlates back to this input. So what do we mean by that? So that digest, the 2CF, that hash we can't really read, that equals hello world. If I put a 1 in here right after the hello and I send it through this hashing algorithm, I'm going to get a completely different digest, completely different. So how does that help us with integrity? Well, if I have a file on my website that I need you to download and then install on your computer, a little sketchy, right? You're taking a file, you're installing it on your own computer, a file from my website, and I'm telling you, hey, my website's good. I know the file that I'm uploading to my web server in New York is good, but you may sit in LA somewhere, and you're unsure if the file that you're getting from the New York web server all the way down to your computer in LA, maybe someone did a man-in-the-middle attack. So what I can do is I can take a hash of my file, put the digest on my website. When you grab that executable off my website on your computer, you can run that file through the hash algorithm again, and if it creates the same exact digest that's on my website that is now local on your computer, you can verify that not shit has changed during the download, okay? But if you do that exact process I just described and the digest is different than what's on my website, something's changed. That means that file was altered in transit. Make sense, guys?
You say it's like a kind of like a type of encryption or something like that?
No, it's not at all. Because remember, encryption changes plain text into ciphertext. Hashing, just when you look at this, it looks like something is encrypted, but it's not. This is a brand new string of letters and numbers from this input. This input's still plain text, right? If I send this through a hashing algorithm, this is still plain text. It just created this new what we call digest. Sometimes it's called a checksum. A hash.
What was the example you'd use, like when this is used?
I'll just show you real time, real world. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let's say we want to download this, Notepad++, okay? You guys know what Notepad is? Okay, this is plus, all right? Does the same thing. It's just software. Yeah. Okay. So here's the installer. Just like when you guys download anything, I'm getting a file. See this .exe? So this won't work on a MacBook, but that's the installer. Okay? Now, Notepad++. This is a website somewhere. Where does that web server live? Let's see. Let's see if we can. Yeah, the matrix. What is that? Notepad-++.org. Okay. So it sits at this public IP. So now let's do this. Whoa. Instead of NSLOOKUP, because that looks up the public IP, let's do this. Who is Notepad++? So if we scroll back up, you see this? The company's in Reston, Virginia. We can find out information about it. What's this? The technical name. This is probably a POC there. So we could probably call this number and be like, yo, is your shit good?
How's the second plus?
Yeah. But here's the public IP. Let's copy this. Where is this IP located? Germany. Okay? It's in Germany. So this is maybe hosted in Germany. So I'm downloading a file that's in Germany, okay? And I'm sitting in Reno, Nevada. And I want to make sure that it hasn't been altered. So I didn't mean to download that, sorry. So you see this? SHA-256 digest. Let's download this text file. And I'm going to open this. And you can open it in Microsoft Word. It really doesn't matter. I'm just choosing this program to open it in. Okay. Alrighty, guys. So I downloaded this, right? The installer. That's the file I actually downloaded, and it's going to be in my downloads folder. You see this? The .exe? Y'all see that? Well, I actually did the .x64. I downloaded this guy. So Notepad++, the organization, is saying, hey, when I uploaded this to my website for you to download, I took a SHA-256 hash, and this is the digest I got. Okay? This is from their website, the digest they got from their website. Make sense? Now, this is local now. This is on my computer. There it is, in my downloads folder. All right? Now, I'm going to run this installer.x64.exe. I'm going to run the same hash against it, a SHA-256 hash. See that right there? I can do that from my command prompt. So we're going to cd, users, me, downloads. Now, hold on. I got to look this up. Sorry. Hold on. Check hash on MacBook terminal. Okay. One sec. Okay. So we're going to do SHA sum -a 256, and it's going to be, what is that file? NPP 8.9. Okay, you see that? I generated a hash locally. So now I'm going to grab that, and I'm going to compare it to the hash I got from the website. Does it look the same? So what did we just verify? Nothing's changed. From when I grabbed this off this website to it got local to my computer, nothing's changed because those digests are the exact same.
So the hash is just an integrity check?
That's it. It's just an integrity check. Yeah, back in the day, I don't know if y'all remember this, but like Pirate Bay, LimeWire, they used to have these. I don't know if y'all remember torrenting. They'd have a hash. They'd be like, check the hash. I never knew what the fuck that was as a kid. But essentially, it was trying to tell you like, hey, if you download this before installing this file, torrenting, whatever, like check the hash, and if it's changed, and it's probably it got altered because, you know, those old websites used to go through so many hops to try to obfuscate itself, you know? On LimeWire?
I have a question about something went over a second ago.
Yeah.
The hello world thing turning into a hash.
Yes, not turning into a hash.
I'm sorry, yeah,
We're getting a hash from it.
getting a hash from that.
Mhm.
You said putting a 1 into the hello world would give it a completely different one.
Oh, yeah.
If you put hello world into that to get that hash,
Mhm.
and then you get it again a separate time, are you getting the same hash?
Yes.
Or is it still gonna
Getting the same hash.
Okay.
As long as the input's the exact same, getting the same hash. Which leads us to a good point, though. Okay, so what he just asked, right, is if I put in hello world, I put it through that hashing algorithm, I get a digest. If I do it again, do I get the same digest? Yes, every single time. Okay? Now, if I'm a hacker, and I'm trying to steal credentials, and I'm hacked into your web server, there's a password file in every web server for every user, okay? I probably want that password file, right? So what should you do as an administrator to that password file? What do you think you should do with that password file? Lock it, protect it some way, right? So the common way you do that is by sending all your passwords for your users through a hashing algorithm, and then instead of placing that password in that file, you put the hash in there. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. So that's protected, right? So let's say I still steal that password file. I don't know what the fuck is on there because everything's hashed. It's all just a bunch of digests. But like you said, hello world and SHA-256 is the same on your computer. It's the same on my computer. So if I can get a file with a bunch of common passwords, send it through the same hash, and then compare that file to the password file I just stole, if I see a matching hash, what does that mean? I know your fucking password now, right? So we need to also do something to make these hashes avoid what we call collisions like that, okay? I think it's in this slide. I want to go over that. We had something called salting. Yep, here we go. Okay, before I move on to salting though, guys, you see this, MD5? It's a hashing algorithm. It's no good. It's bad, right? It's vulnerable. It's bad. Bad shit. Yeah. HMAC is good, all right? SHA is good. That's what we want to use. Now, the salting. Same problem I just said. It's actually called the rainbow table attack. Web servers store their password files and they hash them. So if my password is 1234. Instead of storing 1234 in the password file, they hash it. They take that digest. They store that digest in that password file. So if I get a master list of passwords, common passwords, I run it through a 256, SHA-256 hashing algorithm. I get a file of all these hashes that are pretty much showing me, hey, this hash equals this password. This hash equals this password. And I compare that to the password file I stole, I can match things up, right? So salting adds in unique variables to your original input to make sure that you get a unique hash each time. So if I have my password here is Johnny, and then I put Johnny down here, and I add salt to both of them, they're both going to get random values, and then they're going to get a unique digest each time, even though they both equal the password Johnny. Does that make sense? Salting gets rid of that collision error we have with hashing.
And that's post-password entry.
Yeah, so like you make the password, and you're going to add your salt. It's random characters, like randomness. And then you send it through the hashing algorithm. Yeah. So it'd be very, very rare, but I'm sure 1 in a billion chance you could add the same salt to the same password, and then you get the same hash. This is the point of it, though, right?
To me, it just seems like an encryption per se, like the salting itself. Like when you salt something and you get the hash out of it.
You get the digest.
Yeah, you get that digest, and then only the person that generated with the salt can view it, or can other people get that?
Well, this is like a process that would be local, I guess. So
Okay.
you put this through a program, like something called PuTTY, right? When I store my hash password, it'll literally show me a screen that's like, hey, move your mouse across this.
So can
And that's going to that program is going to generate the random salt value.
Can only you have access to that
No.
salted hash?
But what does it matter if other people have access to this after the fact?
Well, yeah.
They have to reverse engineer this and this, which is
just
like
sounds
impossible.
Like decryption per se. Like I understand it's different, but that's what it sounds like.
Well, remember, it's not encryption because encryption changes plain text to ciphertext.
Yeah.
Okay, digital signatures, which we kind of already talked about. Digital signatures provide us with what, guys? Non-repudiation and authenticity. Here's how they work. They're going to use asymmetric encryption. Okay, so remember, hashing doesn't encrypt shit. So if I'm adding a digital signature to my email, that email is still plain text or is it ciphertext? Plain text, okay? Remember that. It's key. It always confused me when I was learning this stuff too. So here's Amanda. She's sending out a message. She wants to say, howdy, partner. She wants to add a digital signature. Here is the process. She's going to hash her message, which, again, just creates a digest, doesn't encrypt it. Here's the hash of that plain text message. There's her digest, okay? Then, asymmetric encryption is going to come into play. She's going to take her private key, and she's going to encrypt the hash, okay? The digest. She's not encrypting her message. She sent her message through a hashing algorithm. Boom. We created a message digest, hash digest. There's a lot of names for it. Also called a checksum. And then she's going to take her private key and using an encryption algorithm like RSA, an asymmetric one, she's going to take her private key and encrypt that digest. So we're going to change that hash that already looks like ciphertext. We're actually going to change it into ciphertext now. And that creates your digital signature. And then we're going to attach that digital signature to our message. What do you notice about the message, guys? It's still what? Plain text, okay? All right. So if her private key encrypted that digest, What's the only thing that can decrypt it? Her public key. So you may say to yourself, well, that's not protected. You're right. It's not the point. The point is just to verify that I'm getting this message from Amanda. So what better way to verify it's from Amanda than using her public key to decrypt something? Because if her public key decrypted something, what encrypted it? Her private key, which only she should have, right? So the system only works if the private key is exactly what it is, private, which you'd have to hack into the computer, it'd be crazy. All right, so Stephen receives the digital signature. Okay, I need to verify this signature. I need to verify the integrity and non-repudiation authenticity. Pretty much, was this message altered, and is it from Amanda actually? So here's the step. He's going to grab that digital signature, he's going to grab her public key, and decrypt it. It's going to expose the original message digest, original hash, right? So he's going to say, okay, cool. I verified it's from Amanda now because I just decrypted that with her public key. It worked. I know Amanda sent that to me. But now I got this hash that she sent me, and I have the original message. I need to verify that original message was not altered. So what am I going to do? I'm going to send that original message through the hashing algorithm again, the same one she used, and I'm going to compare the one she sent me to the new one I just created. And if they match, what did I just verify? No change. Didn't get altered. We called that integrity. Okay? I love those episodes. Oops. So, boom, we verified integrity and non-repudiation. Sometimes my students ask, you keep saying they grab the public key. Where do they get this shit? In Outlook, have you ever published your certificates in the global address list? It's a possible thing you can do, okay? You can go on Outlook, Microsoft Trust Center, publish certificates, and it creates a public key and puts it in the global address list for anyone to use, okay? Okay, that's digital signatures. Key stretching is a technique used to enhance the security of passwords or cryptographic keys. It just adds more to it, same way salting does. Don't think too much about it, okay? Just know key stretching enhances security for hashing, okay? All right. That's it. Let's do our quiz. Why did I hide this shit? Oh, yeah, because we don't know. Okay. All right. Let's do our quiz. If you get questions about blockchain or public ledger or whatever, you can just skip them. I took it out of the training. Domain 1.4.4. Where's that shit? Okay, guys, last section. Let's do it. So domain 1.4.5. Now we're going to go over cryptographic tools. So this will be the last thing we do today in domain 1. It's pretty quick. So we're just going to go over the different kind of hardware we may use when doing cryptography. So the first thing we're going to talk about is something called a TPM, a Trusted Platform Module. This is going to be something that sits on the motherboard. You could have a virtual TPM like in a cloud environment. It's a specialized chip that's going to store cryptographic keys or do some cryptographic functions for you, like a hash or things like that. Anyone here build PCs ever? Okay. No worries. You guys know what secure boot is on a PC. So you know when a PC boots up, it does a BIOS check. Well, now we have something called UEFI, and that's a secure boot. So what that means is from the OEM. You guys know what I mean by OEM though, right? Original equipment manufacturer. So from the vendor itself, I buy a Dell computer. Upon first boot, what secure boot is going to do, there's a function, is it's going to say, okay, I got my motherboard, I got all my inputs, outputs, my firmware. I'm going to take a hash of every single component, and I'm going to store that hash in this TPM, okay? And I'm going to boot up. On the very next boot, I'm going to do the exact same thing, get a hash of all my components, and compare it to my first original hash. And if all that shit matches, I'm going to allow you to boot. All that hashing and that storage is on the TPM, okay? You can also put cryptographic keys in there. So you know, like private keys? You know how you saw my private key in a folder on my desktop? You could technically put private keys and public keys on this chip, and you get kind of a little bit better security, right? It's not part of the operating system. It's on this chip that sits on your motherboard, okay? You see it's used in BitLocker too, so it stores the pin for BitLocker here instead of the operating system, which makes sense, right? Because you put in the BitLocker pin before Windows boots up. Okay, a hardware security module. You guys ever fucked with like KGs before? I know you have, yeah. And guys in the military, yeah. This is like something similar. It stores like almost like an SKL kind of actually. It helps you with your encryption function. So let's say you're in a huge data center and you're doing large bulk encryption. Instead of doing all that TLS, asymmetric encryption, symmetric encryption, and storing keys on a server, it's on this dedicated appliance, okay? That's a hardware security module. It could be server size. It could be like an add-on into your computer that sits on the motherboard, has these PCI connections. Key management system. This is just a way to store your passwords, okay? Does anyone use the Chrome one? I do. I use the Chrome one. All my passwords are saved like on my iPhone and stuff like that. That's a key management system, okay? Secure Enclave. This is a dedicated chip in a device. Think about like, not like an SD card, not a TPM that sits there. This is like a small chip that sits on like a phone or a laptop where all your encryption keys and all that is stored there rather than on the operating system itself. So you may ask like, oh, you just said that about TPM and HSM. I did. They all do the same thing at different sizes, okay? Okay, another concept in cybersecurity called obfuscation, I think I'm saying that right, is the practice of making something difficult to understand or interpret. It's like code words, okay? So imagine I'm working at a company that's doing research and development, and we're part of, you know, an entire enterprise. So this just happened at my last place of work, where we'd be going after customers, right? We'd be trying to capture big contracts and stuff like that. But there might have been some internal conflicts. So even though the company's on one big Salesforce customer relationship management database, I'd have to put code words in because maybe that contract we're going after is a conflict of interest with another department, or people just don't have the need to know, but I still got to put it on our financing systems because, you know, the accountants look at one system. So I obfuscate it. I give it code words and code names, things like that. Steganography, this is hiding a message in a photo. Okay, that's all you need to know about that. You hide shit in a photo. Tokenization. So this is something you probably use every day. I know I do. Who uses Apple Pay here or Google Pay? It's actually the most secure way to transact on your credit cards and debit cards. I'll explain. So tokenization just replaces sensitive information with a non-sensitive token that correlates back to that sensitive information, okay? And that should always change. So here's how Apple Pay works. So Apple Pay is actually an application. It's not like, it's not the phone itself, it's an application on the phone, right? So when I put my credit card information in Apple Pay, it's actually not storing that credit card number in my phone. What that application is doing, and it's sending that off to my bank, and it's saying, hey bank, does this match? Is this John Bandon's debit card with this account? Whatever. The bank says yes. You want to use that for Apple Pay? Cool. I'm going to generate a token and store it in this token database and this token correlates back to this user's debit card. And then the bank's going to send that token back to my Apple Pay application, and it's going to store that single token, one-time use. So then when I go to pay, we tap, the token gets sent across the network to the bank receives it, verifies that token, and then sends you back a new unique one, okay? So if someone was a man in the middle there and they intercepted that token, could they reuse it again? No. Okay? That's why it's the most secure. Because if you tap Apple Pay, your credit card information is actually never getting sent across. When you swipe, or when you insert the chip, it is, right? Your credit card information is getting sent across. Make sense? The chip's more secure than the swipe because it's hard to clone that chip. That's why swiping's bad because, you ever seen those card skimmers? Yeah. But this is good because it's a one-time use token, okay? And if it makes contact with the bank sends you back a new one that's stored on the phone. Okay, data masking. When you can't, here's how it's going to be read to you in the exam, okay? An organization needs to hide protected health information, but they can't encrypt their databases. What solutions do they have to obfuscate data? Your answer is data masking, okay? If it says it needs to replace sensitive data, but not encrypt, your answer is tokenization. Make sense? So if you need to replace sensitive data without encryption, tokenization. If you need to help hide or obfuscate, you do data masking on that database. Make sense, guys? Okay. All right, we're done. Let's go. Good day of work, guys. Do your quiz if you'd like, and then that's it for the day.